like this song. Hello chat, I am a little bit tired today, by the way. I will explain. But hi, if you're here, say hi, I want to see you. I'm just trying to improve the music. There you go, that's groovy. That's nice. That is a nice audio. A nice volume, I think, we'll see. Oh, hi, heart rate time. Hello, I can't believe it's 9 PM already. There you go. Okay, I can see my heart rate. Scuff audio. Oh god, do I have the bad audio? Do I have the bad microphone? Why am I on Artist Nova? There we go. Good audio now. What the f... It keeps defaulting to the other one. Meow, 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 meow. Police alert. Wow, 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 wow. Wee, 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 wee. Wee, wee, wee. Wow, Okami. I think there's a different Okami than the one you're thinking. I think so. Not sure. Oh, hi. Funny mic was funny. I'll switch to funny mic. I wonder if I can do a thing where you can switch with points. That'll be kind of cool. I don't see if that's possible. Okay, heart rate is here. Ha. So, chat, hi. I didn't plan anything today. I didn't even see. I literally just came home. I had a company bowling event. So, yeah. They actually, like, my company right now. So, it's like Oktoberfest, like, thing they do. And they are literally right now in the office, all dressed as Germans, drinking and getting fucking, like, pissed drunk. After bowling, I just came home because I was like, I need to stream. I need to be a. I don't drink much, so I was like, whatever. I want to get pissed drunk. You can go there. You can walk. It's right there. Just take my card. Say it's say it's from me. Like, hi, here you go. The new secretary. I mean, honestly, if I have, I think it may be illegal to like. Is it like there's a thing like it's illegal for you to like, you know, push people in your family to like work in the place if they have internal positions? I don't know how it works here, but usually it has a name. Never catch me drinking with coworkers. They're Norwegians, so like they're really reserved. But you get them drinking and it's like fucking insane. I know they literally go Viking mode. Like, okay, so we were coming to the company from bowling because they hire a bus to take everyone. Okay? And the bus arrives and you see a bunch of people going downstairs to the parking lot and bringing up like barrels like of beer on their backs. And I'm like, this feels like, now here's the Viking genes. I can see them now. It's about to jump. I'm sure Goods and Sakura would love to go there. I don't like to drink much. Maybe with friends. Oh, what the fuck? Shop? Oh my god, VR chat changed the menu. There's a shop thingy. This is so weird. What is this? Spooka. Oh, you can buy things now. You can buy companions? Wait, what? Hold up. Free Spookality stickers, I guess? Okay, this is free. I'll buy them, chat. There you go. I bought something free. Candy Codex? I can't use any of this shit because it's VRChat Plus. I think. Oh wait, no. Can I use this? Wait, there's a shop in VRChat now. You can actually buy items. What is this? Oh shit! Hi. What? I don't know. Can you see this? I have like a pumpkin. I don't know what this does. Hello? Oh. What the fuck? Wait, open it? Hi, Night. I remember watching you years ago. Hi, welcome. Anyway, chat, say hi, by the way. I am sorry. I got really distracted. If you're here. I don't know what this is. There's like a pumpkin now. Like, it's just hovering. Can I don't know what... Hello? Bye. Wow, how dare you? How dare you? How you know how you come? Fuck you.
Did you wash your ass today?
96. It says it's your first message. Did you switch your accounts? Because if you used to watch me, maybe on YouTube, wherever. Welcome, man. I hope you enjoy. I dare very much. Zephy, thanks so much for the Prime for 33 months, man. I'm doing nice. I'm just a little bit tired today. Oh my god, the shop menu shifted the whole menu to the left, so my muscle memory of clicking the social tab now just hits the groups. I hate this. There we go, I gotta retrain myself. Let's see who's online. I planned on... I told Rylot if you wanted to join to... like if you join later, because I am lonely. There's not many people online at this time, except chat, but honestly, I think it's cool because I can talk to you. We'll switch worlds and see maybe something different. I don't have many news for you in terms of like avatars and something new, it's just that. I don't... Okay, let me figure out what the fuck the pumpkin does. It's called Candy Codex. The candy code is for Spookality 2025. Completed by collecting candies from the treats and cat companions before Spookality ends to unlock a badge. I don't know what any of that means. Still don't hear the Steam code from you. Oh shit! You know what I found out? There's someone on Steam with my name, like kinda impersonating me for some reason, but they're like a level 0 account. So I'm on Steam, I'm on level like 54 or something. Just don't get scammed, please. Back when you two, I was like half a year long break, but now I saw you stream, you made me... Oh, thank you, man. I almost didn't stream today. I was like, oh, I don't know if I feel that. I like, you know, like the panic when you start streaming, you're like, ah, shit. What if they hate... My brain literally goes like, well, time to stream.
Have you ever thought about world exploring strams like Hero or Backrooms worlds? The world type where it's made to give you an experience.
I did. Would you guys like that? We can do some world exploring since I'm gonna be alone. Plus, it's spooky month. I don't like going to spooky worlds alone. I'll shit myself. Hi, Cole Rakanine. I'm doing well. How you be? half a year long break. Yeah, man, the breaks. I kind of wish I didn't do them, not gonna lie. But hey, we're here now, so that's kind of all that matters. Okay, let's see. Because there's a spookality going on. If you don't know, Vyapsa does this thing where... Is it gone? Spotlight. There's usually like a thing going on for Halloween, Spook Month. There's Game World. Let's see. Popular. I'm pretty sure there's something here. Because of Yakima's friend made night for Sona. Ah, what's here for Sona? Like, what does he look like? Boot outfits. Okay, there's a new backrooms room. There's a few. Okay, there's a lot of. Yeah, okay, there's a lot of horror game. I don't like. Can I invite someone though? I don't like. I will literally die. There's an escape room. Cube escape or die. Phantom boat. There's so much shit. Battle Square. Oh, what is that? That looks cool. VR only. Welcome to the Battle Square, an RPG PvP game where you fight friends in fast-paced combat with lots of classes and game. Oh. Oh, we need to do a meetup here though. This looks like a meetup. Wait, then I can join. I am pretty sure. Oh, Kira. I was looking for you, Kira, if you were online.
Your ass
but no,
today?
Kira, not online. Hey, thank you so much for the Prime, man. Welcome. Subscribe, not even like 10 minutes in. I love you. See, chat, you should be like this. I'm joking. I appreciate everything you guys do. Peaceful sleep, audience anarchy. We can let's just yap a bit, see what's up, and then I can explore some things while people don't come in. Also, am I using the shiny suit? I don't think I'm shiny. Wait, hold on. Shiny suit. I need a shiny suit. Why did I take it off? Is it this one? Hell yeah. Oh yeah, there we go. I like the shiny suit. I'm sorry. I'm a simp for shiny suit. I love your video YouTube. So when did you start watching stuff? Because I've changed my style so much. Right now we just do LOFI lose basically. I do have a plan because I do have a plan to do like kind of LOFI lose bloopers. Because I was recording LOFI lose with like so I recorded LOFI lose with Wolfie and like you know how usually the videos are like 40 minutes long. This one was 17. There's so much footage. That was super fun. But like we never use, so I'm like maybe I should start like you lose and then like a few days later to fill in the middle, like kind of like the back scenes, like you know the bloopers and the stupid shit that we did, and then after another one kind of going a latex enjoyer. Listen,
come, and they came, all of them.
Listen,
even the dragons.
I always thought latex was weird, but seeing this is kind of cool. I'm pretty sure this will be fucking horrible to wear IRL, but at least on the avatars it's shiny, and it makes me feel nice.
Lizard.
I heard that people who use latex like sweat a lot, so when you take it off, it literally just like I don't even want to say this, but like you can just pour sweat out of it because it doesn't breathe.
Lizard.
Should I sell it? You guys want some latex sweat?
Lizard.
Lizard. Sorry for sitting, by the way. I'm like super tired today. I almost didn't stream. I was like, rah, 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 rah. It's worse than the first. What if you wear a latex suit inside now?
Lizard.
Don't make us action. Anyway, moving on. No more sweat talk. Let's not chat. We can't be any chat. We can't be too sus because there's so many controversies happening on Twitch right now. Opening. I'm stupid. I'm sorry. Happening on Twitch now that I'm like, bro, oh fuck, I have so much to talk to, but I'm afraid I'll be cancelled by those types of people. Okay, my left controller died again. Fuck! Why? Oh shit, my watch. Chat, can you buy me some... Oh, fuck, yeah, can you... I was like, chat, can you buy me some controllers while my controller died? Oh, there you go. I need to order new controllers. I need to call my mom or something. Maybe I'll buy them before... Because my mom's gonna visit me at the end of the year. And I'm probably gonna order an index set and just have her bring. What the hell do you even do to it? They're just old. This one turns off by itself and just disappears. And this one is just dangling. Like you saw the... Did you see the Twitter picture? I posted a picture on Twitter of this chat, by the way. It's literally dangling. Jerking it too much, I'm sorry. Oh my god, another first timer. Hi, welcome. Welcome. Puru is a femme furry. Good job, man. I got it. Hyper enjoy. I see you have a slushy emote. Slushy is amazing. There we go. Headpads. She's online, but I don't know. It says resting. I don't want to bother her because I actually was talking to Slushy today about a lot of things happening on Twitch that we dislike. Wink, wink. Do you know what I'm talking about, chat? Yeah. Oh, fuck me, man. It's like our community. Snake.
Colonel, I'm trying to sneak around, but I'm dummy thick. And the clap of my ass cheeks keeps alerting the guards.
The drama eyes emoji. God, it's so annoying. It's like our community, like, has the potential to be like really nice and like really like. It doesn't need to be like normal and accepted, but it has the potential to be like really nice and like, you know, a chill spot and very accepting. But my fucking god, man, some people are so stupid. I'm sorry. Like we like climb, right? People are like, oh, they're not weird. Holy shit, who would have known? I go to Twitch cons, like I met so many cool people like higher up, and like we're starting to like, you know, represent ourselves a little bit better. And then some fucking zero brain cell like individual just walks in, like fucking breaks through the, you know, like the guy, is it Kool-Aid? The guy that goes, oh yeah, just like fucking breaks to everything, jerking off, like, yo, I'm like, bro, you just ruined everything. It's fucking fuck, man. No, stay away. Go, shoot. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine, we'll recover, it's fine. Story of the fandom. Because he was getting better. It was nice. I don't think that anything much is gonna happen. I think people are smart enough to understand that some people we don't really like too. But goddamn, man, Twitch is having. Have you seen what's happening to Twitch? There was the Hassan dog fucking abuse controversy. Now there's this guy on the fucking front page, and I'm like, bro. Twitch is like, poor Twitch, man. They get so much shit. Do you have face tracking? Yeah. Here, come here. It's gonna be a subside to try and save face, I'm calling it. Nah, the best way to get rid of these controversies is to just shut the fuck up, literally. I don't want to give advice to people that are actually like fucking zero brain cells, but if you have a controversy, shut the fuck up, literally. It will go away. Don't say anything. Just apologize if you are like, you have standards, but like, for example, the whole like sun dog thingy, if he just like said sorry or like whatever, and then like, oh, it's not what you think, and then just shut the fuck up, literally, nobody would have thought, like, it would be gone by now. But they keep hammering it, you know, like the fucking bow, bow, and then they miss the hammer and they just keep fucking the, like, the wood is twitching, there's like bow, bow. Yeah, they just forget about it, it's fine. You hear so many, like, there's so many controversial people around that are still have a following because people just forget, literally, people forget. I forget. Oh. Yeah, that was not fun, so, okay, not that I like XQC, but like I watch XQC, you know. I used to watch a lot of XQC. I literally like I had a phase where I did not watch YouTube. For example, if Mr. Beast or whatever posts videos, I watch XQC watching the videos because look, Firehead, I don't want to give money to Mr. Beast, so I watch someone else watch him. It's like, you know. So imagine my face when I was scrolling through Twitter and I see XQC reacting to a baby furry. I was like, what?
Lizard.
I was like, wait.
Lizard.
Wait.
Lizard.
Back up. Like, back up a little bit. What is happening?
Lizard. Lizard.
Jesus. Lizard. You guys really like the lizard today, huh? That was not a fun
Lizard.
moment. Funny, but not fun. You know what I mean? Maybe. I don't know.
Lizard.
Oh well. Well, let's find like a more like
Lizard.
cinematic world we can vibe in.
Lizard.
And then we can go around and find some
Lizard.
thingies, I guess, like some horror games. Ooh, that one looks pretty. Where's that? A world of white jellyfish and the moon.
Lizard.
Bro, Japanese world creators are insane. This is
Lizard.
part of the 5-step inside. Stop watching him entirely. Yeah, a lot of people that are on the top of, like, you know, I don't know. Is it just me or like everyone that's famous is a fucking asshole? I don't get it. Like, is it like there's like a correlation with like the more like power, money, or like fame you have, you just become an asshole? I don't know. Like, there's like a threshold. You're like nice, bro. You're fucking stupid. There you go. You're dumb now. You're just. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't think he's the worst though. There's like way worse people. There's who is. It's okay. Actually, it's so weird. Okay, it's like okay. There's two options when you get super famous, like as a creator, and I'm talking about like the big ones, not like furry ones. You either become like an asshole, like a right-wing asshole. Is right-wing the fucking Trump ones? I don't know, man. I Portuguese stuff is like words that are different, so I'm like, I think so. This is my left hand even. Like, what the fuck? But anyway, you either become an asshole, or you just become like white bread. Do you know those streamers that like the big streamers that like don't have an opinion on anything? There's like super brand safe, and like they're so like boring. I don't know what to explain this. That's weird. I do think that ooh, this is a pretty background actually. I'm gonna stay here for a bit. I completely forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, yeah, I think, like, personally, I think there's a correlation between how much of an asshole you are and how much you can achieve, like, in terms of money and fame, because I think the people who are on top, like, the most rich and most famous people, are people who take advantage of others. So, like, if you're a good person, like, genuinely good, you won't climb as much, because you're not gonna, like, take advantage of stuff. Does it make sense? Like company owners, CEOs, like, you know, I don't think power corrupts you. I think that you are already like susceptible to being corrupt, or like you already have that mindset. So you step on other people to go up. You know, like, does it make sense? Like, I think if you notice the people on top are more like aggressive, like they're more. It makes sense, I think. Reasons for the famous equal something. One being the money is corrupting. Yeah, that is one. And two being, it is not normal to be able to moderate. It is not normal to be able to see someone speak for 8 hours every single day of their life. Yeah, everyone has someone for so long, you eventually find weird shit. I guess that makes sense, but like some people just voice like some stupid stuff over and over again, and like, okay, now you just like I understand if you're stupid one time, but if you keep doing that, I'm like, okay, now it's just weird. No, I think you're just an asshole. He drives those to madness. We're getting philosophical here. I'm pretty sure if I have a lot of money, I will transform in an asshole. I would be like, Chet, fuck you. Suck my... I don't think I can be an asshole. I don't know. I can try. Be more asshole if you finally get it, but... You mean like if you want that power, you'll be more of an asshole if you finally get it or something? I think you have a higher chance of getting.
Ass today?
Oh, ASCP, boy, thank you for the tier 1, man. Welcome. It empowers. Yeah, see, exactly. It empowers them, and they're like, oh, they become more assholes. I think so. That's my opinion. Obviously, there's like exceptions. So being a full-time streamer will really fuck with personality. It's not a healthy relationship with chat. Oh no, like I was actually full-time content, I guess, for 3 years? A few? I don't know. I know I had it like during COVID, because during COVID there was a lot of people and there was a lot of money because nobody could go out. So like people spent their money on content creators. So there was a time during COVID area that I was actually making more money than almost now, literally. And I had like 50 viewers. like average. So like it was crazy. We got like to almost 1,000 subs. So during COVID, and I streamed. I think I streamed like 6 hours per day, like non-stop for like ages. I remember doing like, in my head, less than 4 hours was like, no, I'm not clicking the streaming button unless I do 4+. So the amount, I didn't do many 24-hour streams. It was more sleeping than anything. My first 24-hour stream was the first time I also passed the 100 CCV, so it was like such a good moment. I really wish I need to see if I can find it, but I really wish I had saved the VOD. It was really nice. It was so wholesome. I do want to do more 24-hour things though. I do want to do, and okay, I'm not like those other VTubers or fucking things you see that they do a 24-hour stream, but they fuck off and go sleep. You know, I'm like, no, that is not a 24-hour stream. You need to stay here, and you sleep on your fucking desk if you need to. This is literally how I do 24-hour streams. I start and I don't go anywhere until it ends. Because otherwise, if you're gonna sleep, like I understand during a subathon because it's like monthly, but if you're doing a 24-hour stream and you go to sleep on the middle, that's just 2 streams. That doesn't count as a 24-hour. You're sleeping in the, like, it's like, you know, like it doesn't make. that's just you streaming twice in a row. Time from streamers like they talk to the amalgamation entity, no one has chat, and every single person responds to a completely different person. It's kind of weird. Like I don't know how to explain, but when you're smaller or your chat is slower, you can kind of respond to everyone and have like kind of a personal thing going on with each one of you. But when it gets like bigger, I had that happen like when the high of streaming furry bullshit was like was happening. I had a chat that was like super alive sometimes, and it becomes like one thing. Like it's like you guys are just one thing. It's like a chat. You're not like individuals, and it's kind of, it's not that hard, right? And you're gay, like why? Except Wyrons. Fuck you, Wyrons. You gay. You're gay forever. Staying away 24 hours is hard. I think I can do it. Slower streams are more personal, and I like them because I can actually talk to like one of you and like respond to your stuff. But I like the amalgamation chat sometimes. It's more chaotic. It's the amalgamation like big chat like with a lot of people. It feels more like Twitch, you know? Because it's like, yo, dude, did you see this chat? dude. Gay with Boba. God fucking, I'll turn my tits for you. Is that what you want, Wyrons? Oh, my menu doesn't work. What? I am stuck. Okay, the flicker select didn't work on that one. Body, breasts. There you go. You happy now? Where's my sub, Wyrons? I'm a e-girl VTuber now, like the ones in the VR category. There oh my god, it squeezes with my... I'm sorry, if I was a girl with big tits, I would be doing this the whole time. I don't... I'm gonna disable this before XQC reacts to me or something.
Did you wash your ass today?
Hi, Oblique Wombat 2. Thank you for the tier 1, man, for 2 months. Welcome. There you go. Hapat. It worked. Do I need to bring them out every time I fucking... Right controller is getting warm. No, it's not. I'm not using them. Why the hell are they so big? Listen, man. If you're gonna have tits, they have to be big. You can't just... Like, if I have to choose... I mean, come on. XQC facecam right now. Oh my god. Can you guys search on Tangia if there's like an XQC reaction face thumbnail?
I think as bad as it sounds that I'm happy you are not too big cause I love talking to you.
Wow, you imagine hating me. How dare. Wow, we don't want me to be successful. No, I'm joking. I like both. I like both big and small things. For example, on the LOFI lose days, we got more people. And I don't speak to anyone individually, but it still feels nice to interact. And these days are more chill, so it's like, whatever. If I had tits, I would want small ones. Then you're just a dude, you can have tits too as a dude. Say, look, it's fine. I prefer some channels with smaller communities as well. I prefer like Kane. His chat is about the limit for me. I think Kane is like I think Kane is more of a like, retirement mode, you know. I'm also in retirement mode. Retirement mode on Twitch is what I like to call when you have a schedule, but like you don't try to, you know. No, it's not rude. I'm not calling him old. I'm older than him, I'm pretty sure. But like, I say retirement mode on stream, which is like you stream and you don't really care. You just talk to people. You don't have a schedule. You don't care about like, you know, because like for example, Slushy and Bubbles and Sama, they're not in retirement mode. They're in like grind mode. They're like, I gotta do this, I gotta do this, I gotta plan this, I gotta do like Sabaton, I gotta like new models, and like I don't do any of that shit anymore. Like I'm done. Let's like relax. We're retired, chat. We're all old here. We're retired. This is our retirement, okay? And that's what I mean about Ken. Like I think he's also in that mode, like on his like content, especially on YouTube. And as long as you get like your base viewers, like you build your core community that always comes back, that's enough. Nobody gives a fuck. Retirement mode is when you literally don't give a fuck and just talk to people. It's fun. Yes, Leshy's doing a subathon. Day 36. These people, I'm sorry, but like these people are fucking insane. How? If I ever get fired from my job, I'll do an uncapped subathon, and then I'll find a job after. It'll be funny. Oh, I don't know how to handle that. That'd be crazy. Oh well. Oh. Are you calling me old? Mr. Snow, you're not working today. Watch me start streaming because I'm jobless. Hey, you can use my PC. Just pick a day when I don't stream. We have a Quest 3, a Quest Pro, an Index. You have avatars, you know, or you can do desktop, you can play whatever, I don't know. Ask chat. I'm sure like a few of them will watch. She can also use you. Yeah, just use my fuck. Just stream on my account, whatever. It's like fuck it. Yeah, but shall we fed me and then I make more money than you ever give me in a week and then I gotta for better pay immediately after. That'll be such a fucking flex, man. Sadly, the job market is completely screwed, so I really hope that doesn't happen. It took me a year to find a position here. Although now it's probably gonna be easier, because I'm already here, so, you know. Back when I was searching for a job, I was in Portugal, and some of them were like, I prefer something here already. I'm like, yeah, fuck you then. Why are you so cute? How dare you? How dare you Portuguese on me? That gives me anxiety. I'd rather say on desktop. Desktop gives me anxiety. You know why desktop gives me anxiety? Because I have no hands. My hands don't work, man. Oh. What field do you work on? I work in computer science, like software engineering, basically. I can't tell you too much about my job because it's really easy to find. Norway is very small, so I need to be careful. The high voltage. Software rees engineer. Yeah, I rees up some software. I start my work. I start like flirting with the, you know, the code. Like, hey, I haven't seen you in a while. Jobless at the moment, and everyone complains. We don't have enough workers, and no fuck replies to my It's because like when they say we don't have enough workers, what they mean is we don't have enough workers to slave off in this lower paid job. It's not about you. It's about like they want people who are worse than you, so they can pay less. It's like in Portugal. We need more workers. No, you need more workers that like don't fucking complain and are paid pennies. Pennies? We throw some ones and zeros and get the GTA 6 game. Isn't it crazy that, like, for example, GTA 6 is just a bunch of fucking ones and zeros on a little magic rock that then throws that magic zeros into like more magic rocks, and then it becomes an image, and then you have GTA 6. It's like, how the fuck? How did we make this? And then you put like a magic mirror on your head with more magic rocks, and now you're in VR and like this. Yeah, but technically you're not watching me. It's just ones and zeros everywhere, just zooming around. It's fucking crazy. I saw this meme once, like, if you think about it, computers, they're basically magic. We found a rock on the ground. We found a special rock underground. We put lightning into the rock, made weird shapes, shove lightning into the rock, and then the rock starts thinking, and now the rock thinks by itself. And it's like, we made a sentient rock with magic from the sky. Like, what the fuck is happening? The sky isn't real. Sky isn't real, chat. This is all a simulation. Wake up. I'm trying to... Hey, chat, it's your mom. I'm contacting you on the hospital bed. You have been in a coma for 10 years. Wake up. Anyway. Ignore that. I was glitching. I don't know what that was about. I'll call the moderators. Pigeons aren't real, they're robots. We all know that. What do you mean? It's like obvious. We enslaved lightning into a rock and just made magic pixels and furries. How are you? Hi, Gem Gem or Gem? I am not real, by the way. I'm an AI generated picture. Yeah, I just move a little bit. Your chat is the prompt. My hands both died at the same time. Great. Oh. Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah. Okay. Oh, the Tron movie. I think Ready Player One is more realistic, where everyone is like a shit life on a shit house, and they just put VR as an escapism thing. With the current price of housing, man, I wouldn't be surprised that happens. He lives in Norway, and I have never seen him. Maybe you are not real. Maybe you're the fake one. How about that? Huh? You never thought about that? You never thought about that? Maybe you're the fake one that has never seen me. Maybe I was there already, but you don't exist. Huh? Got you. I'm AI. But it's like, ah, shit, I'm fake. God damn it. I'm curious about the new Thor movie, by the way, to be honest. I heard it's like... I heard /read it's kind of shit. But it's kind of... People complain about all the sequels, anyway. Wow. I was gonna say something, but I completely zoned out again. I don't know if it's true, but... I always like giving movies a benefit of doubt, because when a sequel comes out, usually hardcore fans complain about it. You know, I did the same with a few things, so I can't really complain, but it's like, back in my day, Tron was actually good. Fuck you. Meow, 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 meow. The Matrix is really the thing that far along humans can get full body haptic suits and perfect VR, and they absolutely will live in a shit shack and live their real life in VR or something. Why not? If I could look like this and just leave the current world, I'm like, fuck it, man, just plug me in, I don't care. Use my body as a battery. I don't care, man. It's fine. Oh, I don't complain about spending money. Movies here are really expensive, by the way. It's like 15-20 bucks a person. I think so. 10, 15, 20, something like that. I forgot. Or 7. I don't know. I don't remember. Like, watching a movie in Portugal, it's really cheap. But in Norway, it's like almost double or triple the price. 20 plus with snacks, yeah. It is, if you get snacks especially, it's really expensive. Black Mirror is actually scary. You know what actually scares me? The thing that like scares me is like when like a game or a media thing, like for example Cyberpunk, Black Mirror, they make like an episode or like a just the world that's like haha futuristic, and I'm like, that looks too close to what we have now. I don't like this. I don't like this. Please stop. Snacks is expensive. Everything in Norway is expensive, especially snacks, yeah. Like, for example, I went to do some grocery shopping. We spent like about 140 bucks, like buying meat and like a bunch of crap. Like, it was so much shit, but like for groceries. And that was like 130 bucks. And it lasts for a while. And then I went to get some snacks, like a couple of Smash, like a few chocolates and ice creams. It was already like 50 bucks. And it was like, so, like, if you buy snacks, you spend so much money. So much fucking money. Sleep is free, food is expensive. If you feel hungry, just go take a nap. You will delay your food and save some money. Nice. Cool, but I don't like how many episodes were boiled down to, and then there was a brain-computer interface. I never watched Black Mirror. I did watch something, the Love, Death and Robots. It's a really fucking cool series. Can you ask us something? Yeah, I mean, you can ask anything. That was your question. Your only question, though. I answered you. You're welcome. Do you have a lot of diversity in Norway? How so? You mean like food or people? The customer, you know, the diversity of products. Products? Why did I sound Russian? Oh yes, the products in Norway are very... No, we don't have too much diversity in terms of like what we can choose. Okay, I'm asking anything. What do you do now? Hi, Red. You gonna go eat a pizza? Share pizza. Actually, no. I ate a bunch of sweet like ribs, barbecue sauce ribs now today, and they're so good. Norwegian really sounds like Russian. I don't think so. Portuguese sounds more like Russian than Norwegian, not gonna lie. We do more R's, we do more of the R's. Some similar sounds. What's your favorite pizza? I think I'm very plain. Just pepperoni pizza. A good pepperoni. I don't think you can beat a good pepperoni pizza. It's like very hard. From like any place. If you want a safe choice, just pepperoni pizza. No pineapple though. No pineapple. That's illegal. Oh my god, I say that. Why is a person on my friends list using a pineapple pizza avatar? I'm not even joking. It's a pineapple pizza slice. What the who are you? Why are you doing this? Aside from expensive food, how are you? I'm doing okay. I'm just a little bit tired today because I had a company event. I worked until like I woke up at 7 AM. It's just an exhausting day, you know? An exhausting Friday. And I feel like it's a slow Friday. I don't think many people are gonna be here. Pineapple pizza is good, what you mean? Oh, I'm disowning you. You're moving out. I'm sorry. No more pineapple in pizza. Sweet pineapple. Try the big one pepperoni pizza. I ate the Grandiosa. Is it Grandiosa? The one with like the heart thing here? I didn't try the big one yet. We need to try more pizzas. I've been trying to like get better in terms of groceries, so we've been buying like the actual meat and like we've been doing things from scratch instead of buying pre-made stuff. That's a scam. Yeah, bro, the pepperoni, there's a pepperoni pizza with a heart shape thing. and then you open it and it's a circle. I'm like, bro, you can't just put the heart in your box and then the thing is a circle. Like, what the fuck? This is a scam. I want my heart-shaped pizza. Oh, I would hydrate, but I don't really have anything to hydrate on. I forgot. I committed a forgot. I got sad. You have to do pineapple pizza very easy to fuck up. Okay. So, here's the thing. In my opinion, my taste buds opinion, I don't like hot fruit on the main dishes. No pineapple, no orange, whatever. Like, hot fruit on the main dish is bad. Hot fruit should only be a dessert, like apple pie, you know, fucking oven, like bake the apples to the caramelized apples, I think. But like, I don't think fruit fits on the main meal. It gets me so upset, especially hot fruit. Cold fruit I can see. Like, you can put some oranges with some types of meat and whatever. But hot? Ugh. What other examples are there other than pineapple and pizza with hot fruit? Banana. Some people do like a banana barbecue thing. I'm pretty sure. You don't like orange on your main dish? Nah, Portugal has like a... Okay, this is a very bad position if I don't have hands. Can I please have hands again? Pizza shouldn't be sweet. Exactly! Main dishes shouldn't be like fruit sweet. It's weird, I don't know. I just can't handle them. Okay, are you... Oh god, okay, can I fucking... Come back! Yeah, my hand, ow! I am really tired today, what the fuck? My body is exhausted. I'm on my yoga ball, like, it's freezing in the room, by the way. It's 2 degrees outside, I think. Let me check. Oh, it's 1! It's 1 degree! I think my car may freeze before I end stream. Roasted ham with pineapple before. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like hot fruit. Snowy stand-up challenge impossible. It's cold, man. Don't judge me. Look at my position. Like, I'm trying to like, I'm trying to get hotter. I'm just bouncing on a stupid ball and like becoming a little ball too. It's gonna be -1 later. I still need to drive today. Is it safe to drive at -1 with summer tires? Am I gonna die? You laugh, your car freezes. Standing in a movie would help. You know what? That's kind of true. I don't know why I'm... No! Fuck you! My controller! No! I died. Nice. I don't know, like... Not again! Okay, stop. I think you may be hotter if you bounce on a friend rather than a ball. There's no one online, man. I can't bounce on anyone. You should know. Turn on your heater. Yeah, but then it's gonna be too hot because I have my PC. Streaming VR. Plus, it will warm up. It's 19 degrees. Usually it's hotter. There you go. Me. Fuck you. Come say that to my face right now. Oh, I'm so like stiff. I'm playing bowling and like my arm is like, I need to do some stretches. Oh, eating bowling balls for like an hour. It kind of hurts your arm. It's like, play some Just Dance with this body, with my like coordination. I don't think that's possible. Why I do latex? It's a funny suit. Okay. Listen, I found this suit for like $5 on Gumroad. I can turn it off if you want to. Do you think? What do you like more? Shiny? Not shiny. Shiny? Not shiny. Shiny? No shiny. You pick. You got up and your heart rate went up. That's normal, okay? It's normal. Shut up. Slabs, keep it on. Thank you. I like being
So
shiny.
you're telling me you got stiff from eating some balls?
I got stiff from eating some balls.
Oh my god.
I mean,
Haishi,
yeah. You like the
You shiny
shiny?
creature.
See? Everyone likes the shiny.
You're
Hello.
full shiny.
Oh, I'm floating.
Oh god.
Sorry, I am floating. I just realized. There you go. I'll get down to your level because you're small.
Being
Imagine
all
being
powerful.
tiny. There you go. We don't like floating viewers. Should be Tavi stuff. Hey, you know your shit. It is. Tav's latex. Yeah, there's also some Mormons and like panties and stuff, but the only thing I really like is the cat suit. There's also like a top you can
Panties,
use.
what?
I'm not turning that on here, no. I just like the suit, man. It's good. You're so shiny. You like the shiny? I'm a shiny.
I can see the sunlight just shine off and biting other people.
The sunlight. The sunlight. Aren't you in like a Sabaton thing? Oh, you're big.
I just wanted to kiss you. Wait, no, that's not what I meant. No, sorry. Okay, wait, listen. I wanted to hang out. Okay. And
There you
now
go,
you
you're
don't
welcome.
open your mouth when I pull up my. Okay.
Look, Chad, it's slushy. We're talking about you.
bored. I got bored and I wanted to get out of VR. And then I saw you and I was like, I'm happy now.
Ah, fuck, I punched my wall.
Silly's like
Ow.
the gayest person I know. It makes me so happy. Like,
What?
oh, you punched your wall? Look
Yeah,
at your
it's fine.
outfit.
You like the shiny? I'm like doing new shiny. Look at this. Look, wait.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Like, normal?
I'm looking. Okay,
Shiny.
normal. Wait, do it again. I didn't even see it. What
Normal?
the fuck? What? Do it again. Okay, wait. Yeah?
Shiny. Normal shiny,
Wait.
normal shiny, normal
Wait.
shiny.
You're like,
I knew
like
Puro
this.
got you. You changed.
What do you think? I'm
Puro
black
got
and white.
you. Puro got you. Like,
Wait,
oh
walk,
my
walk,
God,
walk,
you've
walk over here.
transferred.
There's like a
You've
better
transferred
light.
into a latex creature. Chat,
All the
that's transferred into
shiny.
a latex creature. That's crazy. Can you transform me too? Like if you touch me, do I
Yeah,
transform?
well, it's like, hold on.
No! No, I want to become a fire. I'm turning into a I'm a permanent Puro creature now. Okay, let me.
Like I was
Do I
saying,
have any like purified creature?
we can't be weird or XQC will see us. Be careful.
Oh, it's true. XQ will see us, chat. XQ will see us.
not
Let
that.
me be extra. Let me be extra weird. Let me be extra
Hold on,
weird.
Chad. Let me see. This kind of looks funny. Like, hold on, Chad.
Dude, oh my god. What? Why? You think he's not gonna hear us when we whisper? Why do you think we're not hear us if we whisper? Yeah. Wait, naked? Okay, what? Oh, I'm naked! Oh, shit, I'm naked! I'm naked! Oh my god!
No, hide!
Oh my god, don't look! Save me! Save me! Oh my god! I'm literally naked! I'm wearing nothing!
You sure
bad,
that
my bad,
slushy?
my bad,
Those
gang,
ties
my
look
bad.
normal size. I'm pretty sure.
My bad. I gotta change the avatar. I'm naked.
Oh, okay, hold on. Like,
I
don't look.
can't be naked on stream.
Don't
That's
look.
illegal.
Yeah,
Don't
what do
look,
you
don't
think
look.
I put the? Can I look now?
Dude, I
What?
literally have no clothing on any of my avatars.
Why do you think I put some latex on? It's basically clothes.
Oh, true.
I mean,
Literally.
Proto-chats usually have armor.
True.
So
Have
that's
you
a
seen my
clothing, I
new
guess.
Have you seen my mommy avatar?
Your
Chat
mommy
forced me to
avatar.
commission it.
Oh
Chat
god,
forced me to
Of course,
commission a
of course
mommy
they have a
avatar.
mommy avatar.
You want to see it or not?
that is actually a goopy
wanna
shirt that
see
I
it?
kind of want to try. Yeah, I want to see your mommy avatar, but like I'm scared.
It's gonna squish you into tiny little pieces when she sits on you.
Why? What? Okay, hold on. That's assuming you will
Look at
sit.
boy.
No? You're loading. You're
Hi.
like
Am I
Oh,
loading?
I'm spinning. You made me spin. You made me spin.
Oh
Wait, hold
my
on.
God.
Hold on. My controller is gone. Wait. Hold on.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Oh no, not the thick mommy that makes you spin. There you go.
The thick mommy that makes you spin. That's
Yeah.
me. Oh no. Let me
Oh,
know when
that's
it's
so fucking-
loaded.
Whoa, Jesus, it's loaded.
Hello. Hi. What do you think?
What?
What? Ow! No, I'm sensitive. Okay.
It's not my fault. I'm like short. Wool. Stop saying
Say
wool.
one in the chat. So we're say 1 minute chat for death by Snoo Snoo. Say
They
one.
came, all of them, even the dragon.
Oh wait, no. SQC is gonna be watching. Never mind. I can't do that. I'm sorry. Off stream. Off stream.
Is that like a Nova thingy going on? Let me see your hands.
Want to see my hands? Yeah, it's a Nova beast. It's called the Kiefa Nova beast. It
Oh.
has very. Look at the shiny. Oh my
Shiny
god.
buddies.
There are so many.
What if I like rub my shiny on you? We'll like squeak, you know?
Squeak! I'll start squeaking. Yeah.
Oh my god, is that D Puppy? Whoa! Is D Puppy VR? How did... Is that D Slushy? Why are you so
I
tall?
hope
You're not
Daddy
just-
likes. Wait, what? Did you hit? I didn't mute. Oh, okay.
Can I come arrest you?
it's you.
You know what? Sure, I'll have two pink people
Snowy needs
arresting me.
rescuing. Snowy needs rescuing. I'm sorry.
No, I am rescuing. It's like I'm like
Oh,
getting
you
like
are
some,
rescuing.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
abandoned animals. Like yeah, come on,
Good
come on.
boy.
Snowy likes to be an.
You're so short.
I'm literally 2 meters. What do you mean?
Okay, look. Let me
It's
put
not my
on
fault you're like, yeah, I'm 199. It's not my fault you're like super massive. Like, what the fuck?
199 is
You can
super
see-
massive.
You can't see our
There,
face.
how about
You look
this?
like that. I don't know if that's.
Now I
better
look
or
like
not.
you. Now I look like you.
You know the.
Now I
Have you
look
watched
like you.
the?
Oh my god.
Is it Powerpuff Girls? You know those
Dang.
old cartoons where like
Now
the
I look
mom,
like you for real.
the mom doesn't show their
Oh,
head.
the mom with the latex. Yeah, her.
Yeah, but like
yeah.
you can't see your head because you're big. It's
Yeah,
literally
the
that.
head
Like,
is just like not. Yeah, it's just the head. So it's just like all you can see is this.
it's actually
Just like turn up
perfect.
the camera out there. This is all you can see. Oh, don't do that. Okay, I'll get the coffee for you.
Wait, come over here. Follow me. Follow me.
Is it
Follow
like
me.
a latte or like?
Come on. There's better light over here. There you go. This is way better. Slushy!
Beautiful sunlight.
Ah, fuck, I keep punching my wall. God damn it. You gotta be careful. No, don't switch off that avatar. Oh.
But it's the cuter one. That's also nice.
I don't want. We don't want cute. We want tits. Oh, we...
Damn. Okay.
No. Like no. No.
No. Why are you doing?
It's
Why are
gone.
your knees? It's gone. You wanted to
The
be sat
teats
on,
are
death by
gone.
Snoo Snoo. Oh, you want the? Okay, fine.
Yes.
Just for two
There we go.
more
It
minutes.
worked.
No.
Begging Snowy,
No,
that's a new
you
one.
can't reward bad behavior.
Yes.
I can't reward bad behavior. No, I can't chase into that. No.
It's fine. It's just as long as I don't want to diaper, it should be okay. I'm gonna use this for so many jokes now.
There's so many memes about it
What?
already.
My mommy avatar?
My hands
Chat,
are
just so
cold.
you know, by the way, it was not my willingly like avatar. By the way, Chat forced me. No, I swear.
Oh no!
I swear, Chat forced me. Chat actually forced me.
I
No,
gotta
no,
make an
Chat
avatar with
forced me.
huge tits. Ah man.
That was not my choice.
fine.
That was not. I was literally forced. It was no.
You DM
It's
an
not what it
artist
looks
and you're like, hey, I gotta commission this avatar. Like, I'm sorry. Like, yeah, they're
No,
like, yeah, I get
I
it.
told them I'm sorry. I really need. I literally I said to them, I'm sorry. Can you milfify me? Can you turn because I'm 23
Hey,
now.
chat,
so
I'm
getting
gonna
quite
do
old.
I'm gonna
I'm
do
getting quite
a
old.
I'm gonna do a chat goal that's very hard. Like, if we get 1 sub on this stream, I will make that avatar with my yeah, I will make this. But we're probably
No,
not gonna.
it's literally- I
We're probably not gonna
swear.
reach it. So it's like, ugh, so
Dude,
hard.
It was.
I hope we don't
actually, like,
reach
I
it.
swear, it was. I was begging chat not to do that, and chat forced me to. I swear, it was not a willingly choice. Do you believe me? Please tell me you believe me. Please tell me.
I
you
like
believe
it. It's
me.
my willing
Like, look,
choice.
look. Are you happy now? Are you happy? There.
Yes, I am happy.
Are you happy? There. How do I
I'm
look
very
like?
happy. If I lay down, like,
You want to
Okay,
lay down on
die.
me?
oh, that's squish.
It's shiny. Oh yeah, it's
I'm
very, very
happy.
squishy. It was literally forced. This is.
Uh-huh.
I would never commission this. This is my only. Why are you
Wait,
looking?
Slushy,
What? What?
where's your tail?
Oh, my tail. Oh, I removed it. Let me.
What the fuck? Did you cut off your tail?
Sorry, I
You're
got
like shaving for the
1 second.
latex and like snip. Oh shit! Fuck.
Yeah, it's like
God,
it's
just
somewhere in
fell.
there. Like it's fluffy. It's very very fluffy. Like it's just like all around the back. It's all filled with fluff.
Oh, so you don't
Everything.
actually have an ass. That's just your tail like
There.
going there. There you go.
Yeah, just my tail. My tail is like the.
Whoa, be
it's
careful
really
with that.
big,
Like
though.
you have like a if you spin with
Like
the
a bowling ball.
yeah, it's like a fucking you just
It's killing-
Yeah, I can just use it as my personal little weapon. You know.
that is scary.
It is scary, but I gotta change again. Like, come on, you want me to just
No, I
keep being
understand
the
that,
hot
yeah.
mommy? What? You want me to stay like this?
You're
Bad
just speak like
boy.
that, but that's okay.
I'll punish you later. Listen, this was not my willingly choice. I swear, I would never get this on purpose. I would never get this. I would never. Look at me. Look at me. Look at the avatars I use. They're
I am
cute and
looking at the
small.
avatar. I'm
Like,
looking.
No,
Don't
I
worry.
use these. Look, I'm cute and small. I mean, no, I'm not short actually. You met me in real life. I'm not short.
You're actually a little bit taller than me, I think, right?
Yay, I'm taller. Yes, absolutely. Yes. I'm
When's
tall.
the cougar avatar coming out? Slushy cougar, which one? You
What is
gotta.
a cougar? What is that?
I mean, it's a cougar is supposed to be like an old lady that's like, wow. I think so. Yeah,
Sorry.
that's how I say sus. I'm sorry. It's like, wow. I'm not 5'4". Fuck off. That's Bubbles size.
You are 5'4".
I'm not 5'4".
You are 5'4".
I'm 175. What do you
Bubbles
mean?
is taller than you. Bubbles
No,
is
it's
taller
not. No, fuck off. No, this is.
It's
I'm suing you.
embarrassing.
I'm
I
suing you.
met both of you. Yeah, I swear you're
I am
short.
suing you.
That is not a joke.
No. Wow. I need to get like a measuring tape. Like, there you go, chat. I'm not.
Listen, I'm gonna grab a measuring tape next time I see you. I'll measure you. I'll write it down. Then I go see Bubbles. And then, why is there a twink there? What? I mean, not wrong. Why are you looking?
You're annoying me. I'm just gonna turn away.
That's even better.
Bullying
But
me.
so I'm not bullying. It's not me. Listen,
No,
I'm
don't talk to me.
proud to be a twink. It's a good thing. I'm proud. I'm screaming it loud and proud.
See, I'm taller than Kira. There you go.
Kira is like everybody's taller than Kira. Like
No, it's not. This is
Like,
so fucking.
everybody's
This is a
taller than
lie.
Kira. Like, what?
I don't support
Dude,
this.
that is not a lie, dude. Shut up. You know I'm right.
Wow.
You know I'm right. You know.
Kira,
I'm
how
right.
tall are you in like freedom units?
What it is, ho?
How tall are you?
5'5".
See, small.
You're
And you're-
5'4". You're
I-
smaller than them.
I'm not 5'4". What the
You
fuck?
are. You are
You're 5'4".
and you're
No!
It's
Oh my
okay.
God.
Short ass
Accept
bitch.
it.
How it feels
It's
to not ride any rides at a
fine.
carnival, you short ass bitch? Them motherfuckers tell you there's a height limit every time, ain't they? Fuck you.
Biting your
Funny 'cause
ankles.
you're short.
Any help?
You ain't
See,
biting
Kira is
mental
5'8"
I wish
and
you
a
would try to
half,
bite my
and I'm
ankles. I
bigger
will
than that.
I need
So
my
fuck
therapist.
you.
I need my therapist.
I can be your
Oh my
therapist.
God.
What's wrong?
You could be my therapist.
Hey, you know what? Let's
You're
wait.
my
Hold on.
therapist.
One of my.
Hold on.
Yeah. No.
I'll be an amazing therapist.
Where's
I'll be
your
like,
license?
what's your? I don't need that. Fuck that. It's fine. It's cheaper if you don't have a license. I'll be like,
you a criminal.
what brings you today here to my therapy, puppy? What's your?
I miss her, Snowy. I miss her so much.
Yeah, me too. She gave an amazing blowjob.
I'm sorry,
I'm giving you death by Snoo Snoo. It's over. You're
The way she hit me with that sloppy triple mech truck that looks Gawk 3000
Right.
twist combo was exquisite.
I'll be
crying.
like, what's your issue? I'll be like, oh, it's like, yeah, have you tried like not doing that? Maybe that's may. Whatever you're doing, it makes
Get
you.
out,
cry.
dumbass.
Especially whatever you're doing
I
that
wanna
makes you
cry.
depressed. Don't do that anymore.
Just stop being sad.
Why didn't I think about that?
Yeah, like,
stop being sad.
so
Chad, if you're
obvious.
sad, just stop being sad.
That's what I'm saying, Snowy. Like, you just
I
saw
never
90% of
thought
the
about
world's
that.
no
Yours-
hunger. Just stop being hungry.
Now I need to pay you $2,000, right? Like the therapist,
Yeah.
like, you know.
Nah, it's free, it's whatever.
the payment.
If you want to solve your hungry, just die.
Yo, it smells suspiciously like gamer subs in here. I don't like that. Did I spill something? The
You mean
room just filled with
you
the
mean
scent of
exclamation
cherry.
point gamer subs? Whoa.
Shut up.
I'm gonna cry.
No, it dead
I'm
ass
gonna
smells like
cry.
gamer subs. Where's my shit?
gonna cry.
Where is it? Oh my god, it's gone. Oh my god, it's gone. Oh my god, it's gone. And my root smells like cherries.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
So I can just
Where
force
is
hot
it?
woman to be my wife? No, that's called kidnapping and it's not legal. So
Not
be
anymore.
careful with that. Yeah, no, not anymore.
Dude.
You used to.
Bro, I'm trying to like bloodhound this shit
I'm
and, like, smell
losing
where
brain
it's coming
cells.
from.
This
It's
is
okay. There
impossible.
you go.
I've never lost brain cells before.
It's okay.
I spilled like a lot of, like,
It's not
powder on the
okay.
floor.
We haven't
Every
been on
second
stream
that
so
I'm
long.
here,
Your chat must be like,
I'm
who the
losing
fuck
another
is
brain
this idiot?
cell.
It just smells like
corrupted
straight
here.
cherry
Who's this idiot,
slushy and I'm
Chad? Like-
scared.
Wait, it smells like slushy? What? What?
It smells like
like
cherry
me?
slushy.
Yeah.
No,
You want to eat me? What? I don't smell like cherry.
no, I don't know what you smell like.
Strawberry.
I don't smell
Strawberry
you.
is better than cherry.
Chat is like, how does it feel
You
so
wanna
much
eat
happening
me?
around three
Drink
people?
me. Like, low key, strawberry is better. Strawberry is way better. I love strawberry more than cherry.
The strawberry
Like,
gamer
it
subs
depends
is
on
so
the
good.
situation.
Milkshake. Like a milkshake?
Milkshake, oh hell yeah.
Yeah.
Every time.
Like, I like the classic flavors more, like vanilla, chocolate, or strawberry or something. It's
So
really
basic.
boring, I know, but like, hey, it's good. It's good though. It's good. It's good. Instead of the
It's like, what's your
It's an
favorite
overexposed
ice cream
experience.
flavor?
Smart
Oh,
Blizzard.
vanilla. No, that's not a flavor. Vanilla
Mint
is a
chocolate
base.
chip pussy. Easy.
You are literally half vanilla.
You like pussy ice cream? I never had that one.
Yeah, it's
Whoa, wait, can I
delicious.
have
Let's try it
some?
sometime.
Wait. Where can I get that?
Absolutely, my friend, of course.
Mango. Oh, mango
tell
ice
you
cream
later.
is really good.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, my friend.
And I never had that flavor before. I don't really usually go out of my comfort zone like vanilla, you know?
Yeah, you just get
So-
like a ninja machine, like a ninja creamy. Put some pussy inside. Put some cream.
Those shits are mad expensive though. Those shits is like what, $500?
Which got
Peaches are
one.
so
I
expensive.
made some
peaches
ice cream.
Are so expensive.
Peaches?
Peach ice
I got
cream.
the-
Yeah, that's what we're
I
talking
got
about,
the-
right?
Oh.
The peaches? Peaches?
Yeah, the
No,
peaches.
the ninja
the
peaches.
pussy peaches. It's like that's how Puppy
Yeah.
calls them. Peaches.
Wait, what? Whoa,
So
whoa,
like,
whoa,
if you,
whoa.
like the peach, the peach ice cream. It's actually really good. With some chocolate dressing on top, it's actually low key good.
Not putting sugar.
Have you ever
That's
had
sticky.
peach ice cream? Have you
I
never
actually
had peach ice cream?
wait. I actually
have
think
had
I
coffee ice cream though.
What?
Coffee ice cream? Oh,
I
It
actually
tastes really
think I
good,
did.
like
I got.
mango.
I don't think I ever
It's like
got
very
peach ice cream.
fruity. It's actually good.
Yeah, just
It's
like you.
very fruity. It's very
Yeah, like
fruity.
you.
It's low key really good.
it's
Anyway.
very fruity in this room actually. It's very fruity in this general area.
Bro, I'm not. What do you
Now
mean
I'm s-
fruity?
You are the fruitiest person I know. I know like 5 fruity
How?
people and you're 3 of them.
God.
Wait, why?
Dude.
Give me like 3 reasons.
Name one time you haven't had pause in a YouTube video that you created in the past 3 weeks.
That doesn't make me fruity. That doesn't count.
Okay, then.
No.
Notice how he dodged the question.
I don't know what you're talking
Puppy,
about.
somebody thinks that you're bubblegum flavor, like ice cream, and wants to eat
Oh
you.
yeah, bubblegum flavor
Are you
is so
bubblegum?
good.
Yo,
Bubblegum,
nah,
wait,
nah,
bubblegum
nah,
low-key
nah,
is
nah,
good,
nah.
but only without like sometimes in the center
Okay.
of the ice cream there's
Question.
like a little bit of gum, like actual gum.
Question.
Yeah,
What the fuck kind of ice cream are you eating that got gum in it?
Don't worry about it.
bubblegum.
But question. You have bubblegum flavored ice cream, right?
Yeah.
The fuck is that supposed to mean? Like bubblegum. It's like saying, oh, I got a
It's-
pie, like pie flavored pie. It's like
Are
bubblegum.
you-
No,
Oh my
like
God.
that's not the.
Have you ever had that
Bubblegum is
flavor?
not a
What is
flavor.
bubblegum?
The
supposed to
pink
taste
one.
like?
The pink
Exactly.
bubblegum flavor, like the pink one.
Yeah, but it's like.
the thick,
Well, yeah, but what is it
that one.
supposed to taste like? Like
Yeah.
every gum has a
Bubblegum.
flavor. Strawberry
No,
gum,
it's not.
mint
It's
gum,
like
spearmint
yeah,
gum.
yeah,
They're
exactly.
supposed to taste like something.
God.
What the fuck does a bubble gum taste like?
It's like.
Like, if you gave
What
me
does a
any
bubble gum
flavor
taste
right
like,
now,
chat?
I could
What
tell
does it
you what it
taste
tastes like, right? I
What does it
could
taste
not,
like?
for the life of me, tell you what the hell a bubblegum tastes like. It don't taste like anything. I'm thinking about it's in a league of
Pink
its
bubblegum
own. It
taste.
doesn't
Yeah, but
exist.
what is that?
It defies any.
We're getting philosophical about
logical reasoning.
bubblegum.
It's just bubblegum. Also, I'm not bubblegum. I'm strawberry milk, and it's fucking delicious. gotta love
I
strawberry milk.
want a bubblegum. I want a bubblegum.
Boba is the best bubblegum. I said. I don't know what that is though.
Bubblegum ice cream flavor, but it's the bubblegum after you've been chewing it for like 3 hours. It's just like the fine, like it's just like white, and you eat it and it just tastes like that. It's just like cold and.
You're sick. You are sick, 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 sick,
This
sick,
is the
sick,
first
man.
and last time I'll ever agree with you, puppy.
First and last, you agreed with me numerous times.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm
not
kidding, man. I'm
bad.
kidding.
Banana milk, strawberry
Whatever,
milk. I
man.
like love juice. I mean, what?
I hate it here. I hate it. I hate it here. I want to leave.
Banana
Okay,
milk
what
over
kind of-
strawberry? Yeah. Can we just you know?
Mods, get that. Mods,
know,
better.
Oh my
Get 'em.
god.
Get him the. I'm resisting.
I actually
Not
like.
today.
What kind of milk do I like? Speaking about milk, what kind of milk do we like more?
Strawberry
I guess
milk,
strawberry.
Clears, I'm
Yeah. Strawberry. Strawberry.
Strawberry over chocolate milk.
Banana.
Chocolate milk is good, but I think it's
Kill
like
that motherfucker too.
it's all Bam's like mods, dox him, mods, kill him,
Mods, touch that
mods,
guy.
find his address,
Mods, jiggle it a little. Mods, is this real?
mods, clip it and post it on LSF.
Mods, post him on Feedfinder.
Mods, find him on Feedfinder right now.
Dude. Oh my god.
Mods, text his mom and send him a YouTube channel.
See, I don't know what you expected when you joined me, but I didn't change. All this time, I'm still the same. I'm sorry.
What? What changed?
I never changed. I'm sorry. Like you changed.
You're still a twink.
I'm not a twink.
And 5'4".
You're a twink.
Oh my god, I'm not a twink.
I never thought you were a twink, Snow. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I am not a twink. I'm the
Pretty.
furthest away.
You
of
never
twink.
changed. You're the same person like
You're
3
a
years
twink,
ago,
I
or
remember
4 years
you.
ago. Dude, what the hell?
You're fucking
Yes, I am.
tiny. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
true.
getting
Slushy's
thicker
short as
though.
shit, bro.
Dude, I'm leaving. Say that one more time. I'm actually gonna,
No,
I'm gonna throw you
no.
off this hill. in game,
I was
in
just
VR
saying,
chat.
I actually met you in real life, and we like the same height, and I'm 5'5", so.
You are literally not the same. I'm taller than
We're
you.
the same height. No, you're not.
Dude, how am I? Explain. Tell me. How am I
I'm
shorter
getting a
than
picture
Bubbles
right now,
and
bro. Let
Cordy
me pull this
combined?
picture on my phone. Hold
How
on.
am I
All
shorter
right, you
than
know what?
Bubbles and Cordy combined?
I know how to solve this. Pull it out. Just there you go. Let's see. Come on.
Pull it
Who's
out.
it-
Okay, oh, I'm definitely big.
Seriously.
Mine's longer.
Do it. No, it's not. Mine's longer. Mine's 7.3.
You took measurements? You just got them shits ready and
You
all.
married. That's so specific.
I have never been stopped dead in my tracks so quickly before.
Listen,
I'm not a twink for IT. I don't use the programmer socks.
It's
Okay.
a weapon, man. You asked
Well, I'm
for
a
it. You
twink.
brought it up, not me. It's your own downfall.
Where's the picture? I took a picture with you. It's on my phone. somewhere.
What
Where is
picture?
it?
Okay, no, stop.
I'm gonna find
Stop,
it.
puppy. Stop. Stop.
That's a picture of us two together, not
I need
the
evidence.
Oh, he's got
Of
the
course
fuck out
not.
of me.
I've never shared any. Hell no.
Bro, we're the same height. We are the same goddamn height. I
Okay,
am
you're
looking
muted.
at this photo.
You're shorter than me. You're shorter.
The way she's wrong and loud.
Peaceful.
I have a thing where I
It's
never
very
talk
peaceful
about
now.
I never talk about height because everyone in my chat is like 6'7". There's no one in my chat below 6'7". Ah, fuck you. I hate that.
6'7".
Yeah, I thought so.
You walked right into that. You walked right into
Fuck.
that. You can't even. You walked straight into it.
Almost all of his mods are like 6 and higher.
Yeah,
Yeah, out of
everyone's
every
massive.
height number, you chose 6'7".
7.5. There you go. Fuck off, puppy. You're triggering my chat. You're
6'7".
scaring Slushy. Slushy's never gonna join me again.
That's alright.
Yeah, I'm scared.
You only
I'm
need me, buddy.
scared. I'm scared. I'm a lot.
I'm all you need,
wholesome.
Pookie.
I'm a lot more wholesome than both of you. I'll tell you that.
How are 3 people
my
able to
moments,
have a
but
vibe of a
damn.
nightclub? Blame puppy. This is like 70%
I'm
of
actually a
the
relatively
Literally
wholesome
the vibe
person.
of a nightclub.
The first time you saw me, you went on.
know.
No. The first time you saw me, I met Puppy on a Kahoot world, and he started ranting about Nintendo and racism. It was like the most random thing ever.
Allegedly. 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 Allegedly.
First interaction on stream.
Dude.
I don't even remember how I met Snowy originally. I genuinely do not for the life of me remember.
And then like you just joined me on a really fucked up Would You Rather Worlds.
Great times. When are we doing it again? Let's run it back.
Oh my god.
Part 3.
Right now. I think Slushy would die.
Oh boy.
Oh. That's crazy.
Yes, Slushy not built for that environment. You too squishy.
Too squishy. You're not racist enough, Slushy. You can't join him, sorry.
I'm too short. Wait, what?
You're bugging. You're bugging. You're bugging. You're bugging. You're bugging.
Off.
You're bugging. Out of all people, man, Slushy.
I'm joking.
God.
Wait, no, I'm not joking, because if I was joking, it would be bad.
Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Just dead it. Just dead it. Just dead it.
Feet. Yeah, there we go. Whoa.
Oh my god.
I changed
That's what I'm
topics.
talking about. There it goes. See?
Like my quick thinking, like quick thinking, like oh, fuck, dodge it.
Yeah, of course. The first thing in mind was feet.
I'm gonna explode. I'm gonna explode.
Nah, you're having fun.
He's only hanging out.
Wow.
I had fun.
Adios.
Adios.
XQC watching right now. Gotta be careful.
XQC watching, man. You gotta be careful.
Oh my god, dude. XQC is watching. That's actually insane. We can't.
You know how wild it
bro.
was. You know how wild it was. I watch XQC sometimes, and I was just scrolling, and I was like, I was like, oh, it's. I was like, what? Huh? What? I had to do a double take, like back up. Wow, who is he reacting to? I was like, ah, fuck. God damn it.
If I say what I am thinking, I will be suspended 6 months. Not because, oh my god, I want to say something. I want to say something so bad.
Oh,
I'm itching. I'm itching for it.
Fucking wild.
Is it worth it?
I don't affiliate with Puppy. I was just saying.
Maybe we shouldn't be tearing apart that person. That's all I'm saying. Do I
no,
agree with
tear
it or
apart.
understand it? No.
Tear apart, rip it, I don't care.
As long as they're not actually like, you know, like diddling, you know, it's like, I don't really give a shit, man.
Nah, I give a shit. I don't like it.
That's all you, man. I just don't. I don't know, man. It just doesn't sit right with me.
It should be in private and not on the fucking front page of the fucking biggest platform on the world.
Time, man. I can't ever put myself in a situation where I'm agreeing with those people, man. That's all I'm saying.
It's just wild, because like I could go in the front page. I'm like on the Discord thing. You can fill up a form. I didn't do that because I thought like the shit I say sometimes is too weird. So I was like, I'm not gonna go. Like, you know.
Like I understand the reasoning. I don't know.
When you fill up when you fill up the form, it specifically tells you to be extra careful during that time. Like you literally have to agree to like special terms. Like, hey, be careful, no, not safe for work. You have to moderate. You have to have. They tell you the settings to put on your stream, like as a moderator. You have to have extra mods. Like it's. You can't just do whatever you want on the front page of Twitch. Like literally, it's not how it works.
No, I get that. I get that. That's fine. I understand that. I don't know. I don't like seeing this person get lambasted across every corner of the internet, man. Especially when it's those cretins like doing the lambasting.
No, I don't mind as long as it goes towards other people on the community that didn't have anything to do with that.
I don't know. I mean, it's gonna.
Don't worry, Chad. Don't worry.
Even if it was just some, like realistically, Snowy. Even if it was just some regular ass furry, bro, they still would have gotten shit on, regardless.
I don't think so. Like, I think it would be like, whoa, and then just move on.
Maybe you're right. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too empathetic and nice. Maybe I just have a soul.
I don't know. It's a part of the fandom I will never understand. Literally, I don't vibe with it at all.
I understand it.
It's just, yeah. Well, whatever.
Again, I just never want to put myself in a situation where I agree with those hooligans.
I don't agree with anyone. I just don't want to. I don't know. It just feels like the fandom goes starts growing, and like, you know, not normalize, but like I'm starting to like this and not be ashamed. Never mind. Like.
Nah, because it's like, I mean, maybe it's different for me because I'm in like 3 marginalized communities, including the furry community. So it's like, maybe it's different for me. But it's like,
I guess.
I feel like if I went on the front page and I was like, yeah, I'm trans and all that shit, I wouldn't be like, yeah, you fucking like various number of slurs.
Oh,
So
they would probably, yeah, also
so
click
it's like,
you.
I would get shut on for existing regardless. So it's like, maybe I don't
But
know.
I don't think it would be that
I'm not-
hard.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I'm not sure. It's like it's something I need to like collect my thoughts about before I like actually say anything about it. I'm just not gonna say anything at all. That's probably as far as I'm going because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get shit on too if I start saying anything. So, God forbid. I do got love for her though.
I'm joking, don't do it.
Like last year, I had her in that that very furry collab shit I did with like all those musician people. So it's like I still got, you know, I still feel for her, you know, and I feel bad. I guess is what I want to say, man. I don't know.
I guess.
I don't agree with it. I don't understand it, but I don't want to go out of my way to shit on them.
I just feel like the furry fandom in general needs more accountability. Like, how do I explain this?
Oh, true.
The thing that for me that made me like what the fuck are you doing is like the cocky tweets after. I'm like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people in the furry community don't have accountability. Like, if you go to a place like that, you're representing everyone. You gotta think like it's so people are just like are very selfish. Like, there's a lot of selfish people. They don't think like about those things. Like, if you're exposing a whole community to like to the general public, you're representing everyone.
True.
You gotta be careful.
True. I guess I don't really think about it like that. I mean, you're right. I guess I just never thought about it like that in the past.
Like, I don't know.
Especially
Like,
on front page.
it's like it's not just that. Just in general, I think people on community more like accountability or like, you know, just it's okay to say like whoops instead of I don't know. It's weird. You know what's my okay? It's my theory. Here's my theory. Twitch did this to take attention of Hassan shocking his daughter.
Are we still on that?
Yeah, they're trying to make you forget.
You can't talk about that.
They
will
are
fucking
using
annihilate
us.
you, bro.
Probably. I'm joking. This is a joke.
That's a.
Yeah, it's a joke.
That was clearly an air tag. Okay,
Bro, if you even
I don't
say
know.
his name, they will
I know what you're
smite
talking
you,
about.
bro.
Hold on, I gotta call
You're
you
gonna
up.
wake up to it 3 days tomorrow.
It's just convenient, you know. That appeared right now.
Man, it's almost like that correlates to real life events.
I know, right?
Anyway. I don't want to say anything else because then I will get shit.
We're just joking, Chad. Don't worry. We're having fun.
I'm only making jokes. I'm just saying, taking attention off something by putting something up in the public eye sounds very familiar to any current events, possibly, maybe, possibly, potentially.
I know, right? Imagining like almost releasing the fucking Epstein list and then shutting on the government. Like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, I mean, wow,
Like,
that's
bro.
so crazy. I mean, like, imagine if that was happening right now. That'd be so crazy. I mean,
I know most people know, but like the U.S. government is like fucking gone. Like, it's the U.S. government is like
done since fucking 2023, bro. It's
it's like
wrapped
actually
for a
shut down. Like,
fat minute.
for example, Love just works on a government
Yeah, it's
position.
been shut down for like almost a week.
He's not getting paid. Like, Love just works for like government stuff.
Poor love juice, man.
Like, he doesn't get
Yeah,
paid.
no, a couple of my-
literally, and he's
A
forced to
couple of
work.
my friends are in the army and like they're
crazy.
like not getting paid for shit.
A week later, Puppy Story and Slushy channels found dead. Slushy's not even
Why would
here. She
Slushy
left.
get found
Yeah, she's
gone.
She's fucking gone.
She's
They
found
start
dead
with
for
Slushy.
associating with us.
They
Guilty by
use
association
they
type
use
thing.
Slushy as an example for us, you know.
You Slushy as an example.
Slushy is on the bot's evidence list, so it needs to be deleted. The bot.
Honestly though, I don't think we're set back. I think if you just keep doing what you do, this will all blow past in like a week. Honestly, I think
I
everyone's
was
kind of
telling,
overreacting about how this affects them.
I was telling people like the way like for example the Sun drama, it got like very blown up because they kept talking about it.
Exactly.
Because like
It's like, bro.
and like the more you talk about it, the more stories like diverge. So then it's like, oh, you said these, but then you say this, and you say something else that doesn't fit, and then everyone explodes again. And I'm like,
it starts snowballing. It's like playing telephone. It's like you'll start with like, oh, hey, this person's on the front page. Hey, this person has assaulted minors. Like, bro, where did that come from? In Minecraft,
I was talking about the other guy.
Like pickaxe people.
To be honest, it's
I don't know. I just feel incredibly strongly about this shit, bro. Because this is the same shit.
I'm already dead. I'm actually someone else already. We killed Snowy. I'm sorry, chat. What's wrong with Slushy? Nothing. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with anyone. We just bullshitting, chat. Please don't take anything like face value.
They're gonna tell Slushy there's something wrong with her like in a week.
Yeah, Slushy, why are you doing this?
I don't know, man. I don't even know if I should be talking about any of this shit right now.
Lizard.
I'm not gonna hold you.
You know what's like the craziest thing? Why was Stephen Hawking on an island? Like, I don't know, makes it like, why? What the fuck was he?
Why was he on that fucking island? What was he gonna do?
What the fuck?
Bro was paralyzed from the waist down.
Wow, okay.
Like, he's not gonna like, you know, go like on the water, like, you know, it's fucking.
Yeah, like he can't even do anything. What the fuck was he doing? Can he even feel like, you know? I'm gonna ask
that joke. That joke is like someone had to like push him, like, you know, to the fucking thing. Like, poor guy. Some racist. Oh no! It's like, sorry. Want me to join? Yeah, you guys can come. If you want to, just come have fun. Maybe someone's gonna join that will like actually make us have a conversation about this.
Listen, man, I just feel incredibly strongly about this, and I have talked about it with nobody. You're the first person I've talked to about it, Snowy. Don't you feel special?
No, I hate your opinion.
Fuck you!
It's okay to disagree and still like each other, okay? It's fine.
Well, yeah, on certain things.
Fuck
I just want to state that right now.
Oh yeah, not if it's, you know, it's like, I hope you die, but that's just my opinion. Give me a...
Yeah, exactly! Yeah. I hate when people say that shit, and it's in reference to like, yeah, I don't think you should have rights, but you know, I still love you. Like, no! No, you don't!
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? This start of a new show. Yeah, we have a podcast where we talk about like conspiracy theories and like Twitch drama. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I'm so excited. I can monetize other people's issues. Fuck yeah, dude.
It's like, you don't see like you like pull up the picture of like the dog, like, see this pixel. It's like, that's like a prong. That pixel over there. It's like, no.
Analyzing each individual fucking pixel, bro.
No VR for you. I forgot to charge. Just come in and like non-charge. Fuck it. Don't charge it. It's fine. Plug a cable in. Just do desktop mode. Turning your fan on. How cold is it there?
Yeah. It's I think like 40, 56, but it's like my PC makes it hot in here.
What's that in?
It's 65.
In like a normal unit, you know?
I don't know. No, fucking normal. Okay, whatever. I'll translate that to your weird fucking Celsius unit.
I can't cool. I have statistics to do. What are you doing?
18 degrees Celsius.
That's pretty chill. It's how much is it here? It's 1.
It's a nice.
Chat, how much is 1 in hamburger units? It's like 3 McDonald's, I think.
3 burger?
Yeah, it's like 3
burgers as American metrics.
Could you use a burger as a heat, like a temperature, like? If you put like,
please don't start that shit.
If you put like 50, no, listen. If you put 50 Big Macs in the room, would it heat up the room?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know.
No, what depends on a variety.
How many fries is a meter? Yeah,
room.
Exactly. How many McDonald's fries is like 1 meter?
I'm not doing this shit with you, man. I'm not doing this fucking bullshit with you.
It's kind of wild because McDonald's actually really shit in the US. I like Sonic. Sonic is good.
It's okay to be
And-
wrong, Snowy. I understand.
What? Okay, Wendy's was overhyped. I'm gonna give you a review and you see if you like. Yeah, Burger King, and McDonald's sucked ass. Wendy's was overhyped. Sonic was actually good. Was it Red Flipping? Red Robin's was like really fucking nice, but I took a bite of the burger and I wanted to commit suicide. It was like dripping all over the place. I could feel my veins like getting filled with the oil of like the cows like fucking.
The European mind cannot comprehend the
ancient
grease
bro.
burger.
And then there was bottomless fries. What do you mean? Like it doesn't end. I was like, what? I have no like. I went to the US. I'm like, what is bottomless fries? I'm like, oh, you can just keep. I'm like, what?
I've never heard
What?
a person so excited about fucking bottomless fries.
I was scared. I wasn't excited. I was scared. I was like, what is happening?
It's so unique to
What do you mean? What?
people.
And then they kept bothering me on the table. I was like, let me eat. Fuck off. Like, I don't. Like, oh, do you want this?
Why don't
or...
you just tell them to fuck
like,
off?
They're like, hey, honey, you want some more? I'm like, shut. Go away. Like the Southern,
Why
like
don't you
fucking.
just tell them you're not interested then, bro?
Cause I feel bad. I don't want to be like
So
European.
you don't
thing.
want them to bother you, but you won't tell them not to bother you. Do you hear how you
No,
sound?
because you know they're just doing their job. Topless fries? What do you mean topless fries? Just like
Just tell them you're not interested. That's all you have to do. It's so simple.
no. You know what's fucked up in the US? I'm sorry, but this is like so weird. When you pay, okay, they put the stupid little tray with the price thingy, the ticket or whatever, the receipt on it. Then you put your card and they take it in.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
That's normal. How does it work for you?
They get the tiny machine and you go beep, done.
Yep.
That is more efficient, actually. I mean, they do that at some restaurants. They don't do it at all.
What if I go work on a
all of them.
restaurant and then like I just put like a 100,000 beep and then just leave? Fuck it.
Okay, Mr. Beast, ball out.
Just take a screenshot of the numbers. It was that happened to me. I was like, this is not comfortable. I don't like this. Like I don't like what. What if the guy has photographic
I'm
memory?
not gonna lie. If they wanted to steal your card, they could have just done it, bro. I'm not gonna hold you. They are not going to steal your shit.
It's
They are
just so
not
weird.
interested.
Like,
They
and then you have to
also-
okay, and then you have to sign it. What the fuck?
Well, yeah, that's how you know you authorize a transaction, so you can't go to your bank and claim fraud.
That's so stupid. The whole
That's not
point.
stupid. That's protection because a lot of people will go get a meal and then they'll fucking come back and they'll be like, "Well, I didn't pay for this," and then they'll claim a fraud or some shit. I don't know. I'm entirely bullshitting. I'm just assuming the reason.
I don't know. They give you a receipt so you can check the price. You don't know if they beeped it twice.
It's on the receipt. Everything they
Yeah, but they
scan
can
in
put
goes
two
on the
receipts
receipt.
and then just trash one of them. There you go. What are you gonna do
That's
now?
illegal, and they would get caught, and it would show up on your bank account. Everything you're saying has a fucking easy.
Nah, it
answer.
doesn't
Just
make
check
sense
your
to me,
bank
bro.
account, and if the receipt says 130, but your bank account says 190, someone's fucking lying.
It doesn't make
that
sense,
simple.
bro. We have BP machines. It's just
What do
beep,
you mean?
done.
It doesn't
Easy.
make sense. I'm explaining it.
It's so easy. I pay with my watch. Like I just like beep beep. There you go, and then I fuck off.
Get a fucking load of Elon Musk over here.
No, you go to the US, you have to beep and then you have to sign it. I'm like, whoa, that defeats the whole way. I don't want to use paper. That's ancient. I want to beep my things, and I have like boops and like magic happening. It's nice.
You are such a fucking zoomer, Snowy, and you're somehow older than me. And I just don't
Europeans
understand how
beep.
that works.
You just want to pay things.
It's
with
so
your
easy.
euro,
You just like,
huh?
blip, there you go.
That's
In a
the
way, I
most
kind of,
zoomer shit
I
I've
kind
ever
of
heard in
like
my
yours
life.
more because the way we do it here makes me spend more money because it's really easy. You just like throw your shit and it works, literally. Okay, for a while I had like a metal card and it was so funny because when the waiter came out to the table, I was like, oh, here you go, and like smacked on the table. So fun. I love that card. It's rusted now. What do you mean? Yeah, payment. You guys, yeah, you don't have like little payment terminals, like small ones.
Little payment terminal?
Yeah,
You got
they're
the little like square pay things where they like walk up to you with it?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of restaurants don't have those. Because they usually don't need to.
It's crazy. I don't comprehend this. I'm sorry.
The European mind cannot comprehend
sorry.
how a POS system works.
I don't get this. It just feels like it's useless to sign something. Where does it go anyway?
What do you mean useless?
What do we do with it? You sign it and then what? Just keep it?
They keep a record of it.
Yeah, it's
So
called...
you don't scam
Yeah,
them
when
out
you
of the
beep,
money.
it goes to the fucking record too. It's just electronic instead of paper. Am I just like naive that assuming that people don't scam anyone here and they scam people there?
Conversations with you. I always feel so like incredulously dumb having these conversations with you. I love you, but I think you make me feel dumb.
Why?
Not because you're right, but because you're so wrong that you somehow loop back around to being right.
What? Go to Europe one time, try paying for something and you'll see how like good it is.
I don't want to go to Europe. It's too
Maybe
much
I'm just
effort.
gonna start charge back for that. Fuck it, I'm just charging back everything I pay since we don't sign anything. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, I don't do
You
shit.
might as fucking well.
Like, I don't know.
You're lawless ass land with no signatures.
It's like, I don't know, I didn't sign anything. I don't know, it's my card, prove it. You don't know.
Prove it. You know, yeah, do it. I want you to do it, Snowy. I want you to do it.
Nah, yeah, just to get... I'll call you like, yeah, I'm in prison now.
They have your info on that card. They can pull up to your house, bro.
Okay, see? You just said it right now. They have the info on the card, so why the fuck do you need to say...
It's authorization!
The authorization is the fact that you're doing this with your arm. It's just like, you know...
No, anybody can do that if they have your fucking card. Literally, that's my point.
They can just sign it too. What's the fucking point?
I'm gonna pop a fucking blood vessel too.
The difference.
Don't lose your fucking card. What the fuck?
Just don't lose your card, forehead genius.
Okay, don't tell me you're about to tell me that you guys cannot block your cards instantly, like when you lose them.
We can.
Then what's the fucking point of it? I'm gonna start fighting you now.
I'm telling you what the purpose of it is. It's so they have a record in case you try to dispute the charge and authorize that you are in fact the card holder. It's so simple.
Yeah, we're gonna fight, chat. We're gonna fight about
We got a
this.
box. We have to.
We gotta go. We're gonna do a boxing match.
Box.
And then,
We
like,
have
whoever
to.
loses,
We're
you
gonna have a
just
Twitch boxing match.
whoever you loses, you just have to agree to the other's point. Like,
No,
even
neither
if
of
you
us are
don't.
gonna lose. Neither of us are gonna lose. We're just gonna like split the money.
I'm
We're
just
just gonna
supposed to say
fake
that.
split the money. Oh,
Mom and Dad are fighting,
yeah,
chat.
you're gonna lose. You're going down.
Chat is scared on the corner, like, Mom, can you stop fighting?
I don't understand how you're not getting this.
You're the only ones that do it. You're near 200 million people. The other, like,
And
8
that's why your
billion don't do
land is
that.
lawless and sick. We have proper shit over here, like proper card authorizations, buddy.
That's not a card, it's a piece of paper!
Why do you care so much about a piece of paper?
Because now you're pissing me off. I definitely...
It's a piece of fucking paper. How do you think they did shit prior to the point of sale system?
What if one day you're
Piece of
signing,
paper.
like you're signing it and then the thing runs out of ink and then you just leave? So you're just like, yeah, didn't pay for it, sorry. Getting the fuck out.
They can print another receipt. They
No, you
they
just-
can print.
It's like, oh yeah, I forgot you guys can sue restaurants and shit.
Any store that does not actively have spare stocks of receipt
I'm pretty
paper
sure, like,
are
if
the
you-
biggest fucking morons.
I'm pretty sure if you go in like Portugal, you like go to a restaurant and then you pay and you say you didn't pay, they'll just beat you up.
I hope they do. They'll do that in America too, but they'll report you to the police and the police will beat you up.
I had a really cool tip, like, for example, you know that in a lot of countries, you cannot, like in Europe, you cannot, like, defend yourself. Because, like, if you hurt the guy, they'll sue you, right, and whatever. So, as a really cool tip is, if someone breaks into your house, you beat the shit out of him, you put him outside, you call the police, and like, oh yeah, there was, like, a group of people just run past my house, and they just beat the shit out of this random dude. I don't know what happened. I was just vibing. I was like, it just
What
fell.
if he just says that you did it?
Nah.
Snowy, you
But I
have you ever
would.
seen that image of like the lion yelling at the monkey, and he's just like, "That's you. You're the
Wait, what?
fucking monkey, bro."
The what?
You ever see that image of the lion yelling at the monkey, and the monkey just hitting that? That's you. That's fucking you.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm gonna show you this image. Hold on.
I gotta Google this. How do I find monkey? Like
I'm looking at it. I got it.
Googling monkey.
I'm just
I
gonna
got it,
type
bro.
like
'Cause you-
monkey.
What's a tiger? I'm dumb. Man, whatever.
Tiger? That's a big step from monkey.
Yo, shut
Tiger?
the fuck up, Snowy.
Tiger meme?
Hey, look.
How do you?
Check your DMs, bro. Check your DMs. This is you right here.
Wait,
This is
hold on.
dead ass you.
I'm scared of what's gonna. I just saying you're the monkey and I'm the tiger, or am I the monkey?
You're the monkey. You're the monkey, bro.
So you're the
fucking monkey.
So you're just screaming at me. I'm just enjoying this. Yeah.
Yes.
Honestly, yeah, I can see it now. No, not the bubbles monkey thing. No, that's another thing. That's another monkey. Different monkey chat.
I'm getting rage baited. This has to be. That's what that has to be. What this is, right?
I like pissing off people with like my Europeanness. You know.
Your what?
My Europeanness, not the not my Europeanness. That's different.
You're European.
Yeah, my Europeanness.
European.
Nice way to call
Yeah,
it.
buddy. You pissed him off with your Europeanness, huh?
Yeah, my Europeanness. You can handle my Europeanness. Rage bait is real. What else can I rage bait on for the differences between this? Let me see.
I'm not engaging with you because I know you're rage baiting. I'm just not gonna engage with you.
I don't know. Or else, what else can we like?
I'm just not gonna engage in your rage bait.
How our food is better? Yeah, but that's just like a fact. It's not really. It's not really rage bait.
Not engaging. I'm just not engaging. I'm better than this.
It's like. Did you know that?
I'm
Okay,
better
I don't
than
know
this,
if it's
bro.
rage bait. Like, did you know that water isn't free?
What?
If you go to like a place, that you don't have free water.
What are you talking about?
Like
what?
restaurants. If you go to a restaurant, like a bar or whatever, you don't have like you have to pay for the water.
That's true.
No, you don't. What are you talking
Yeah, you
about?
do here. They don't give you like free water. Like here.
That's because your
Europe.
country sucks.
I'm literally, I literally live one of like the best countries in the world. What do you mean?
It's okay to be wrong, Snowy. I'm not saying America's great. America's shit too, but your country sucks.
Nah, we have oil too. You should like us. Actually, no, I got invaded. No, I don't like that one. No, never mind.
See, you're doing it. You're doing the fucking thing. You're hitting the fucking bug. You're hitting the fucking monkey pose, bro.
What do you mean monkey pose? It's the thinking pose. I gotta get my chargers because my thing is dying. Hold on.
I'm gonna. You make me want to put my hands on you, bro. Honestly, I've never wanted to fight somebody as bad as I want to fight you, bro.
You can't just call me a monkey and then like say you want to fight me. Like I'm getting abused here. Like what the fuck?
I showed
This is
you
straight
the
up
image.
bullying.
You know what I'm referring to.
I don't know what she's talking about.
He's gonna piss me off, bro. He's really about to get me so tight, bro. He's about to get me so fucking
It's
mad,
okay.
bro.
We still like each other, right? Oh.
Don't touch me, you hooligan.
I don't know. Who's
Right, enough
winning.
rage bait. Enough US rage bait. It's fine. We can find something else now.
I hate getting rage baited by stupid people, bro.
I mean, if you get rage baited, I don't know. It says more about you.
Snowy, wait till this camera turns off, buddy. You just wait till this camera turns off. I got something for you.
Just immediately starts calling me slurs and not like in
Absolutely, 100%.
Oh my god.
I'm about to get my Kanye West type shit, bro.
Excuse me.
I will
Oh,
not be elaborating.
please elaborate. This is weird. They're talking about monkeys, and there's a new monkey movie coming out. A new monkey. What's a monkey movie? Like, you mean like the Planet of the
It's
Apes?
Primate. It's about this fucking like pet monkey that gets rabies and starts killing the family, bro.
What?
I don't know, man.
I imagine the pitch of that movie. Like, okay, so a monkey, right, kills everyone. It's like a horror movie or
It's
something.
just fucking. Yeah, it's a horror movie. You've never seen Cujo, the one about where the dog gets rabies and like starts turning into like the mom and like the kid?
That's not how rabies. Like, what?
What? What did you say?
That's not how rabies works. I mean, maybe on the monkey. They'll bite and be like.
It's a fucking movie. Stop analyzing it.
The movie in real life will be like, oh no, I got bit. Goes to the hospital. There we go. Credits. Dog dies, gets put down.
It's not even that they get bit, bro. It's like the fucking dog is like actively trying to murder them.
Oh, isn't that a movie about that? There's a horror movie from a perspective of a dog. I remember that like being a thing.
Yeah,
Forgot the
good
name.
boy.
I remember
Uh-huh.
a trailer something about that.
Yeah, there was a trailer about like a movie from the perspective of a dog. It's kind of interesting. I didn't watch it yet, but let me see.
I haven't
let me
watched
see.
it either, but everyone's saying it's pretty good.
Let's see the rating. Let's see the ratings. Good boy. Okay, let's see.
Good to
I like they have a
89%
specific.
on Rotten Tomatoes.
Ooh,
83%.
6.5. Oh god damn. I
That's
don't
not
know.
that bad, all things considered.
I don't trust ratings anywhere. Like it's like stupid. Ratings are like
Dead
for
ass.
pussies.
Honestly, I've seen the best movie because I just went instead of reading the ratings. I also avoided Joker 2 by reading the ratings though, so.
Joker 2 doesn't exist.
That movie was shit, bro. Oh my
You know
God.
why though, right?
Why?
It was on purpose. The first movie.
It was on purpose.
The first movie, you had a lot of
Oh, everyone started idolizing the Joker,
yeah,
right?
and I'm pretty
So
sure
they
they
played
were
him a
like,
dork motherfucker
yeah.
and then he died.
They like it. I don't think it went as they wanted it to go, and it was resonating with a lot of fucked up, people.
That was a
And
very
right-wing stuff.
trying era.
So they were like, they just went like full 360, and it was a really good movie though. Joker 1 is a really good movie.
Yeah, the second I watched it with friends, bro, and we all just broke down laughing at the ending, bro. I'm not gonna hold you. It was actually so ass that like what was supposed to be like an emotional moment just had us like cracking the fuck up.
If the dog
'cause it
dies.
just immediately ended.
There's a website, doesthedogdie.com, where you can see without spoils. You can just put the movie and see if the dog dies or not.
You know, they actually had that shit trending when they released the trailer for the movie because if they're like, the dog dies, gonna be so sad. They're like, no, the dog does not die. Please.
The dog
relax.
dies, I'm not watching the movie. Fuck that.
I just don't want to see a dog
What is
die,
like
bro.
this
Real
thing
shit.
in like society where like no, but like if you watch an animal die, you watch an animal die and you like freak the fuck out. 10 people die is like whatever. The people anyway. There's more of them.
It's because it's kind of like an unspoken rule in movies where it's like, no, you can't kill animals or kids. Those are the rules.
No, even
You can't- you
IRL.
can't
Like
do that.
I'm pretty sure if I saw someone getting like run over by a truck, I'll be fine. But if it was a dog, I think I'll be like, fuck.
Okay, whoa, 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 whoa.
What the hell did you
Back
see?
the fuck up. What?
Yeah, man,
I'm
dogs.
sorry. No, before that. What did you say before that?
What do you mean? The people thing?
Yes, the people thing.
I just mean like if I feel worse if dogs die than humans.
You just said it. You said someone got run over by a truck. You wouldn't dare.
No, I said I wouldn't feel bad. I would still like probably help them.
You wouldn't feel bad if someone got run over by a truck in front of you. What if it was me?
I would feel more bad about the dog. Like, okay, if he was a guy walking the dog and they both would get run over, I will feel worse about the dog. Like, oh no, like, poor dog.
What if I got run over by a truck?
Yes.
Wow.
Can I do it? Can I drive?
I think that's more rage baiting.
You're like a dog
friend,
person,
by the
so
way.
it would be like twice as bad, It's like 2 in 1.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, especially if
hate you
it's
so
an old
fucking much,
person,
man.
like if it's an old person, for example, it's like whatever, they already lived enough, it's fine.
Jesus.
Okay,
Ew.
question. Imagine you're like driving a car, right? You slide into some ice, and then like your car is like whoa, out of control, and there's like an old person and a baby, and you can like swerve into any direction.
Old person.
Why?
They're at the end of their life anyway. They're about to fucking die soon. It's like I'm
Yeah,
just
but
kinda,
like they have
accelerating the
family, they
process.
did a lot of things, you know. If it's a
So
baby,
does the
like
baby.
no, it just bro just
The baby
spawned in.
hasn't done
It doesn't do shit. It doesn't deserve like it didn't have anything
Yeah,
to do yet.
exactly. Which is why I'm not gonna kill a baby. The baby just spawned in, bro.
Yeah, it's
That
like
motherfucker ain't
he
even
doesn't
got
know
to
what's
live a full life
happening.
yet. The old person has lived a full life. They are ready to die.
You don't know that. Maybe the baby wants to die.
They're gonna die anyway. It's like realistically, it's about who's gonna die first.
So
And
the
it's the difference
baby,
between the
it just
old
takes
person and the-
longer.
Well, yeah, but the baby hasn't even gotten to live their life yet. The old person has lived their fucking life. They're done, bro. Their life is over. If they're old, that means they are at the end of life. That means I'm just accelerating the process. And if in an ideal scenario, I wouldn't have to hit either. But if I had to hit one, the baby hasn't even had the chance to process the fact that he's about to get hit by a fucking car.
Yeah,
I'd
exactly.
rather
It'll be
hit the
easier
old
on him.
person. You'd rather hit a baby. You would rather hit a baby.
I don't know. Maybe he's Hitler.
You're rage baiting. You're rage baiting. You're rage baiting. You're rage baiting. You're
Plus,
fucking
it will
rage
make a
baiting.
like a smaller dent in your car, so it's easier to fix.
Yeah, you're rage baiting. You're fucking rage baiting. I can't engage in these fucking conversations.
Fuck his
with you.
reactions. Nah, it's fine. You like dick? I have another question, but like I don't think it works on you.
Do I like dick?
Yeah, I know this one doesn't work on you. You need to be straight. Like you need to like pussy only, exclusively.
Yeah, you got the wrong person, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I need more friends that don't.
Good luck with that.
I had this
Go to the straight
session.
person meetup at Ferrari.
Okay, listen. I understand. I understand why the meetup exists because it's fucking rare. But at the same time, it's kind of weird.
I mean, it would
Like,
be
I
weird
get
if
it.
it was like white people meet.
That's okay.
It would be worse if it was like a white
Isn't
people
that just
meetup,
like
bro.
the, the normal meetups? It's just a normal furry
Or
one.
like white saunas meetup, I guess.
White saunas.
I mean, there's a BIPOC meetup at Plurality, so it's like. Also, by the way, latest meetup, best fucking meetup at Plurality. Suck my dick backwards.
By what meetup?
Greatest fucking meetup at Plurality. What?
Which meetup?
The BIPOC meetup. Fucking best meetup. Best fucking meetup in all of Plurality. Suck my dick backwards. It's so good.
Why would I do that?
Backward.
Why wouldn't you do that?
How does it even work?
How does that work?
Pull my dick through my legs and suck it. Just pull them backwards.
Does it?
Pull my dick so
Will
my
that
dick,
break?
so like my shaft is hanging against my nuts and just suck it. I got a long dick.
All right, whatever. Can try, yeah. Well, like it will be weird, but sure.
Nah, man. Only if you want to.
Oh,
Playing Battlefield 6.
that straight meetup is like, I get like, the thing is about that meetup is it can never exist because it will be trolled the fuck. Like it just can't. People are gonna fuck with it, so they can't really do.
I mean, I think the last couple straight meetups went well. I assume. I think.
But I look at that meetup and I'm like, I feel like this is just dudes trying to find like, trying to be creepy again. Like if like
It's
a
like
straight
90%.
female,
Yeah, it's a
if
solid
like a
straight
straight
psychology, dog.
female joins, it's just fucking. It's like, oh, you know.
Mine. It's like that scene from Fighting even with the fucking sequel.
Yeah, like, oh, mine.
Mine.
Oh no.
Jesus Christ, okay.
I mean, more power to straight people, man. Y'all do you. Like I said, it'd be worse if it was like a white people.
Why not? Let's do that. Chat next. I will.
Yeah, go submit that to Ferrari. See how well that goes.
Be crazy if it was accepted. Oh.
Y'all not gonna lie, bro. If I check the Ferrari schedule for next year, I see white people meet up. I might have to start protesting. I might have to start protesting. Purely off of the basis of they might accept it, because they're like, if the reasoning is something like, well, there's a BIPOC meetup, why not a white people meetup, right? They might
But
accept
some
it
people
just off of
actually
that.
think like that. Like, oh, why don't we have
Yeah,
like...
that's the thing.
Why don't you...
But why don't we white people have a meetup? They do. It's called clan meetings.
Like, oh boy, I can't wait for the KKK meetup on the Friday next year.
Instead of an open ceremony, it's a cross burning.
Oh god, okay.
We cannot be together, chat. This is the worst scrum. I'm gonna get fucking banned.
I get so foul around my friends, dude.
Oh. God.
My friends actively make
What?
me a worse
Okay,
person.
okay.
I just want y'all to know.
If very like philosophical question. If KKK was in VR chat, what avatar would they use? Like, what furry avatar would they
They
use?
are in VR chat. Have you not gone to a furry public lobby?
No. Fuck. No, like, what from all the avatars that exist, from all the bases, which one do you think is the most racist one?
I feel like we're treading into some very dangerous territory here. And you might have to walk alone. Because I have an answer in my head, but I don't want to say
It's the Rex, isn't it? It's gonna be the
I'm not commenting. I'm not commenting. You're on your own.
That's
So my puppy doesn't remember the story they told you of the parties. What parties story did you tell me I don't remember?
You said what?
Somebody says puppy doesn't remember the story they told you of the parties. What parties? What have you been doing?
Puppy doesn't remember the story they told you of the part. What party? Which party?
Which party? I'm gonna be specific. There's too many of them.
I get around.
I get around.
Yeah, I dead ass have no clue.
When you were 16.
When I was 60. Oh, the double tapping parties, right? Yeah, bro. It's still so wild to me. It was so organized. It was so fucking.
How did you remember? That was so while ago. Fuck it. How long ago did you say
Dude,
that?
it stuck with me. It stuck. You don't forget seeing some shit like that. Like, I genuinely could not purge it from my mind if I wanted to.
Do you want to give them a refresher or like just not?
Yeah, okay. So, chat.
Oh god.
I used to be in middle school, right? Shocking, I know. I graduated
You
through the
used to-
education
whoa.
system. I know, crazy. When I was in middle school, there was this kid. Let's call him Bob. Right, and Bob was like one of the popular kids at school. So Bob was like with the shit. Everyone knew Bob. Everyone fuck with Bob, right? One day after school, Bob was talking about hosting a party at his crib when his parents left. I was like, shit, let me slide. And I was like the funny kid that like people invited like as a joke to places, just to like be the laughing stock. And it's like I didn't know that at the time, but it's like it was. But it's like it's cool. So he was like, yeah, you should come through. I was like, bet that. Bro, so I slide to the crib where I don't know what kind of party it's gonna be, right? And like the way that the house is set up, right? When you walk in, there's two sets of stairs that go up, and then one set of stairs that goes straight down into like the what I would describe as like the family room, right? Like we have a couch and a TV and all that good shit, right?
Living room.
Bro, I walk in, music blaring, just like bump, 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 like kind of Jersey Club, in a sense. You know what I'm saying? If you know what Jersey Club sounds like, you know what I'm talking about? Bro, I walk downstairs, right? 3 dudes in front of the TV, right?
That's like a setting. It just starts like
3 dude, let me give you like a visual description, right?
How do you mean?
So pretend Snowy is bent over right now, right?
What?
3 dudes in front of the TV. 3 women bent over in front of them. They're all just going at it, just to the beat of the music. They're not fucking, mind you. They're dry humping to the beat of the music. I shit you not. I can't make this shit up, and I really wish I could.
What even is
They're
funny
just
in
going
that?
at the beat of the music, bro. Like they just go bump, 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 bro. And I see it goes like bump, 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 ding, right? And so when the ding hits, they flip their leg over the woman's back, spin around, and go straight back to it. And it was like mesmerizing.
That's
in a
kind of
sense.
impressive.
Right? Like, I mean, most of them were short women, so it's like, I mean, it was middle school.
Yeah,
so,
but like,
I just they were just, and I was like, oh, why? Why are they doing this? Right? So I'm just chilling there for a bit. I slap a girl's ass. It was pretty fat. She didn't kill me, so it was tight. And then I just chilled there for a bit, and then I wasn't getting no play, so I just kind of left, bro. I went to leave through the backyard because I couldn't leave through the front. Bro, I go to the backyard, right? No, this is another day, right? This is like
different
day 2.
day?
So day 2.
This is a multiple day
day
party.
parties, right? Yes. So like day 2 after school, right? His house is like right next to the school, mind you, right? So everyone goes there, right?
Ah, yeah, best
Bro,
place to pick a
pull up
party, like right after the fucking school.
Yeah, right, bro. So I pull up to the crib, bro. It's like a horde of people trying to get in. I get in, same shit. I leave after a while, bro. I go to the backyard, bro. They're in the backyard. Music, it's like slower music, bro. They have fucking lawn, you know the white lawn chairs? They have white lawn chairs set up, right? 3 dudes sat down, 3 girls giving them lap dances. I can't make this shit up. We were in middle school. It was fucking middle school.
Yeah, why is it the same dudes? Why is it 3 again? Is it the same guys? Like just
don't fucking know. I think they were taking turns, bro. Like I did think they were. I for real think they were taking turns, bro. I can't make this shit up. Dude, alright, so day fucking 3, right? I go to the party, bro. It looks like Black Friday outside of the front of this dude crib, right? I try to get in, I don't, right? Oh fucking well, I'm just chilling outside. I don't know what possessed me, but I just kind of stood there, right?
Just
and
watching.
I shit you not, like divine intervention. Guess what the fuck happens? His dad pulls up to the crib not even 2 minutes later. And I don't know why I did this. I do not condone snitching in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, come on.
I am a different person. I am a different person. I am a different person now than I was when I was a teenager. But I point to the crib and I go, there's a party going on in there. And he goes, no, there isn't. And I go, yeah, there is. And the move that I should have did was I should have ran before anyone knew it was me that snitched.
Yeah,
I don't know why. I
just
sat
stand there
and watched him
like,
walk into the crib, bro. And 2 minutes later, it's like a line of kids come streaming out the backyard to the front, and they're all just mean mugging the fuck out of me. They're like, thanks a lot. I'm like,
how did you survive next day?
Barely. Everyone was so fucking mad at me, and one of the girls that was giving the lap dances, I had her in my 3rd period class, was just like 3 fucking people. So it's like I just had to sit there and act like 8 shit happened.
You're like, yeah, that I never saw you.
To be honest, he would have found out even without me.
I
Like
mean,
realistically, even if he went in there without my knowledge, he would have fucking found out. Anyway.
He walks in. Ooh, I
accelerated
sure
the
hope that
process.
this isn't the party.
Yeah, like I wonder what it was like in there when he walked in on that. Right? Like it
I hope
had
they were
to have been the
spinning and like
wildest
doing
shit.
like the fake.
Anyway, they were not fucking with me after that, and he got grounded.
Like, give
for,
me like a visual
long-ass
example.
period of
I
time.
don't understand. Like, was it like?
I can't do it on Twitch. I cannot do it on Twitch. You will get it back.
What's the fun on that? I get like whatever. I don't. Yeah, let's not debate 16-year-olds
I guess
doing
it was
that.
like
I
a
don't.
sex thing, but it's like
Probably.
they were dry humping. I don't like. None of them were naked, and none of them were wearing less. They were wearing regular ass clothes. They just went from school to here to do this shit.
It's like, alright, I gotta put my homework here. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. That's effectively what it was. Because this was like right after school.
Pulls up
bro.
the juice box. Ah.
Okay.
Anyway, my middle school was ghetto as fuck, and I have a lot of these terrible ass stories. I have a lot
There's
of
more?
crazy school stories.
There's more.
Yeah, I got dropped on my head.
As a baby?
I was a really like autistic kid. I just want to preface with that. I'll kill you. So, I had a bully, as most fucking furries did as kids, right?
That's why we were like this.
I was. Yeah, exactly. And I walked past him humming something. I don't know what the fuck it was, bro. But he just looked at me and went, "Shut up." Humming.
Oh.
Dude, what the fuck?
I don't know. Your school, you walk around, you go to a corner, it's like, it's like a guy's humping a corner.
Do you hear yourself, man?
After that story, it's kind of like if you said it, I'll be like, oh, okay, they were just humping something. Oh,
No, but I was humming something, bro. I walked past him. He like, shut up, bro. I shit you not. I put my hand on his chest like this, and I just walk away, and I yell, "Get analed" for some reason, bro. I shit you not. Not even 2 seconds later, bro. I didn't even hear him, but he ran up on me, picked me up, flipped me upside down, and dropped my shit straight on the linoleum floor.
That's literally just attempted murder.
Dead ass, bro. Cause I shit you not, my head hit the ground. I fell, bro. I was dizzy. My vision was like black as shit. Someone had to like pick me up. One of these guys, she was like, "What the hell is wrong with you?" I was like, she was like, "Hey, you good?" I'm like, my head don't feel so good. Like, I dead ass could have gotten concussed, bro.
No, I could have.
I real shit could have gotten concussed.
The amount of times like someone who's in high
know.
school does like attempted murder, but like just not realizing is insane. The kids are stupid.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay.
I think
I got suspended for that too. I think I got in trouble for that too for some reason.
I hate that in high school. Like you get fucked, someone beats you up, and you get suspended. I'm like, what the fuck?
Hey, fucking say why am I
Then like it's like if someone messes with you, if someone messes with you might as well fight him because you're gonna be expelled or like suspended anyway. So fuck it. It's like fuck it.
Bro, I fucking hated that shit in high school because I used to have another bully. I know, shocking.
Became the bully before they got to. Yeah, you have to become the bully before they bully you. Speak someone.
I couldn't. I was squishy as shit in middle and high school, except like towards the end of like my senior year. I got tired of that shit after a while. But I had another bully, bro, and he just kept bullying me every single fucking day. Eventually, thank God, I had a friend that was like the big scarier bully.
Oh, you
because he was known for like
bully.
squaring up with people. Like I think in middle school he picked a dude up, threw him on a table, and started beating his ass. And security had to like pull him off. Like he had anger issues, dude. Like that man was actually like unstable as fuck. So I thank God I never got in this bad stuff. The only reason why, oh probably I haven't heard that in that motherfucking ages. That motherfucker probably in jail somewhere.
High schools are wild, man. It's like a fucking I don't even know how it's even legal. The shit that happens in high schools, man. It's crazy. It's like a mini prison. It's like a mini prison. Literally. Just had a gun.
Oh no, yeah, that shit is like hell. Yeah, he had a gun apparently. He got like expelled for that. Never heard from him since. He's probably in jail.
Most likely.
Surprisingly, I didn't end up in. I think it was because I actually stood up to him that day. I'm pretty sure he got mad pissed and then brought a gun. So like, something could have happened, but it didn't. I was kind of wondering why the police were outside when I was in math class.
No anger issues at all. Someone touches you, you're like, oh, let's commit first-degree murder. Just casually.
No, that was a different bully. I had a lot of bullies, man. I
Are you okay?
That was British. Yo, fuck that guy.
Okay. No, that's your fault. If you're bullied by a British person, like, what the fuck? Okay, yeah. I was like, you can't just...
He was fat too! Like, I was getting bullied for being fat! Whole time, you
like, bitch, you're fat too! Stop
fat.
Like, what are you...
Bro, he would always shit talk me in bio class, and eventually I got so tired of it, I just stood up. I turned around, I'm like, bro, listen, if you want to fight right now, let's fight, otherwise shut the fuck up, deadass. I really was ready to scrap him right then and there, but he just shut up, and it was the most, like... It was the best I felt, like, ever, bro. I was like, yeah.
Not gonna lie.
I got mad streak. No one fucked with me after that, bro. It was the greatest. That's my advice. Stand up to your bully. 90% of the time they pussy. Scratch them. Beat they ass.
The thing is,
beat they ass.
90% of the time, yeah, they're like, or whatever. But then if you get those 10%, you're fucked.
Just make sure, get hands. Make sure you got hands. And also make sure it's a 1v1 because I almost got jumped.
I might have been unlucky then.
It's
Exactly.
okay. Now,
See?
now we
gotta
can
make sure. You gotta make sure.
Now we can bully each other instead.
And also, again, always make sure it's a 1v1 because I almost got jumped in middle school and that was terrible.
Yeah, it's like, you know, like, yeah, when there's
really
like
ghetto school, man.
Are you sure that was a school? You weren't like in prison for like 3 years?
It felt like it, man. It really did feel like it because I was always telling someone they'd be like, "Well, he said he didn't do anything." Like, what do you mean he said he isn't doing anything? Yeah, I had very useless. They would be like, "Yes, zero tolerance on bullying," but also like, you know, well, he said he didn't do it, so you know.
We gotta support.
Fuck that school, by the way. Fuck that entire district.
Now they wonder why people go the criminal way if the fucking school is basically a battle royale.
Pretty fucking much. Oh yeah, speaking of battle royale, I got in trouble for telling my teacher I was gonna shoot kids in Fortnite costumes.
What? What?
Yeah, it was like I was in like English class and she had to do a Halloween party. She was like, "What are you gonna do for Halloween?" I was like, "I'm gonna shoot kids in Fortnite costumes," because it was popular to hate Fortnite back then. It was popular. It was the cool thing.
Let's check this thing because I'm tired of this world and we can rant about shooting Fortnite people there.
Okay, yeah, cool.
I'm sorry, Jack. Oh. I don't know what's going on, but it's fun. We vibe today. This is the vibe of today. Quite funny how we had to getting bullied in our school now. Does we love bullying each other, bro? This community has a lot of that. Yeah, we became the bullies. Oh shit! I get you. Oh, that is so cool. Whoa. Oh, you get like, you get like slow motion, like black and white.
Damn, what the fuck?
That's so cool.
Can I walk in there?
Walk towards the light.
Is it endless? Oh, it's fucking endless, isn't it?
Is it?
Oh, no, it's not.
Man. Wait, is it not?
It's not. It's
I
not.
feel like it's just fucking with me.
Is it?
No, it's getting closer.
Are you sure? I don't think it is.
I think so. Chat, is that getting closer?
I don't.
Wait, the time takes when you walk.
Time ticks when you
I
walk.
think
Where?
it's like a deloading behind us and then uploading it up there.
Yeah, like.
I think it's infinite.
Twitch is so he's on the Twitch blacklist now. I've been on a blacklist on Twitch for like 3 years now. Yeah.
Maybe it's getting closer. I can't.
Nah, it's not. Fuck off. There's no way.
I can't tell. It's fucking with my eyes.
No, okay, you are okay, Bobby. Look at me. If I stop and you walk, you know, you get closer to that.
Oh, what the fuck?
Huh?
Oh, if I walk backwards, it slows me down. What the fuck?
Yeah, you can't walk backwards.
that's
You get like
freaky.
black and white. Yeah, but Domino is there and we are here.
What the hell? That's crazy. Okay.
Oh, that was a laugh you where you showed porn by accident. It's okay. We are not bad. Yeah, okay. This is not. You cannot go. You cannot reach that. There's no way.
Isn't it?
Oh, wait. There's. What is this? Chronogram?
You can still see Domino's shadow over there.
Oh wait, there's like a menu over here.
What about jump right now, bro?
Fast travel is only possible within the limits of causality. Traveling to the past is
what
not
the-
possible. Oh, so you can't go backwards.
Also, we can't teleport to time.
You can teleport forward, but not backwards. Also, there's a mirror option.
There's a third button here that just says question mark, question mark, question mark. When I took, like, it does nothing when I, like, trigger it.
Well,
What if I jump right now, bro?
fuck it.
YOLO.
Oh. Am I just back? I think I'm back.
So we just spawned at the same point we were just at. Is that a can of Coke?
There's a Coca-Cola here, though.
Can you pick it up?
Yeah?
Drink it.
Meta-Cola.
I can't grab it. I can't go. I can't go.
Wait, now I want to go forward and
Wait.
see if I can find more shit. Hold on. Void Meta Coca-Cola.
I got my can of Meta-Cola.
I can't go back in time, guys. I'm sorry. I'm leaving here. Void Cola. Get your Void Cola. Is this like from someone or like... Ah, shit. I dropped it.
Virtuous.
I feel like I'm playing Void Train, you know?
Oh, it's in France.
Is it in French? Oh, you gotta come back in
Yeah,
time.
look.
I can't go back. You're not holding anything for me.
Oh, it's local.
Fucking
Yeah, it says
stupid.
like ingredient de original naturel et mis en bouteille.
That is not how French sounds.
I don't know how to speak French.
I see something on the ground right there. I think.
I
Yeah,
also
it's
see
definitely.
something on the ground
There's
there.
definitely something there. It's like a world where you can walk in time and you find Coca-Colas. Oh, wait, no, there's an
It's
item.
an apple.
It's an apple?
Bro, it's a fucking apple.
It's a time apple.
What the fuck?
I don't know.
Apple.
I can't even eat it. It's just a fucking apple.
Can I eat it back in time?
Coca-Cola apple.
Yeah, so the apple can go back
What
in
happens if you
time.
throw it back in time?
Nothing. This stream is just autism. Listen. Shut up.
No, we can't, bro. It just hit a fucking wall. I just tried to throw it backwards and it hit a wall and stopped.
This is a metaphor
another
for
thing.
life, you know.
It says another cola.
I think it's another cola, but I want to read this one now.
I think it's
Because
an
it's
apple core.
French. Is it? Oh, is it Is
I
the
don't know.
apple going forward in time? Someone ate the apple. Oh, oh.
Who did it?
But what does the apple
Me.
have to do with the Coca-Cola though? So
I have
Coca-Cola
no clue.
doesn't age or something? I'm using a Quest Pro Nitro.
Maybe.
Quest Pro with full tracking with index bullshit and tender trackers.
Did you wash your ass today?
I Kratos, thank you so much for the tier 1, bro.
Wait, what?
You know what would be funny? Guys, I can't go back in time! Can you... Come here.
What?
Sorry, I can't go back there. I was gonna say, like, imagine like we're here, like, oh, an apple. This has like a lot of meaning, like, you know, wow, time. But the guy was like, we gotta put something on this shitty map. I don't want apple, fuck it. Just put an apple. Whatever. I'm shiny, I like being shiny. Let my shiny away. Oh, thing? Is that a thing? No. What comes after apple core?
Apple core.
Like you have an apple?
Apple dog core.
Apple core? It's a MacBook.
Wait, you missed it.
Wait, that was a thing? No, I can't go back!
I cannot grab it though.
What is that?
It's a coin of some sort.
A coin? Yeah, I'm redoing my paint. I'm doing it. Yeah, this is my clear coat, and then I gotta go repaint the white part. Got some scratches on my body, chat. I'm sorry. Demon core, obviously. I can't find shit anymore. Do you like the shiny? Shiny is good. I like shiny. Okay, can we just like get the fuck out of here, maybe? Because I don't think this is very fun.
What's this cube for?
Oh boy.
I'm trying to see what this epoch thing means because we're almost at 9,000. We're almost at 1 million. I think when we get there, maybe something will happen. I don't know.
Oh, it like goes up? When we
Yeah.
move? Ah,
Like,
fuck it,
move
let's go
forward
on
and
then.
Look at it.
Let's go to 1 million then, yeah. Million.
Because that's what it started at, so I assume something will happen when you hit that, right?
It's like,
Surely.
it's like confetti. Good job. Oh, it got darker. Wait, you get darker?
Did it?
It changed.
Dog.
Oh yeah, it did. What the fuck? Oh, it did.
Wait, let me put some sound on this. Oh, it's definitely changing.
Oh, we're reaching the end. We're at the end.
Oh. End of time!
There is an end.
And it's gone.
Wait, Mr. Beast thumbnail. End of time.
Mr.
Are they telling us? Okay, so are they telling us this is the end of time? Like, she just kill ourselves and like jump?
I guess.
Oh wait, 9-9. Oh, what the fuck? I got pushed. Oh.
What?
Oh, there's another map.
End
It's
of
just,
times.
it's just, like another map. End of time public. Well, that was useless.
Yeah. Let's go to the public world.
I thought that was kind of neat.
Hey, same thing for the raid. I think I was expecting for something bigger, you know? Like, whoa.
Yeah, fair enough.
End of time, black hole, whatever, I don't know.
Well, that would be. No, that would be the end of time. Actually, never mind.
Hi, man. How was your stream? Oh, that one. This one looks pretty. Just gonna do some world hopping. Fuck it. It says the last quiet place. Render! Exclamation mark. Point! Exclamation mark. Hope it's pretty. Hi, I'm doing well. Hope you're having fun. I had a nice stream. Meow, wow, 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 wow. Ooh, whoa, oh, holy shit, this is... Holy, look at, oh, blur, motion blur. This is cool, what the fuck? Yo, we look like 3D renders.
Lizard.
I think I said it and I said we look like 3D renders and I fucking crashed. There's no way. Bro. No! Was it VR or VR chat? Yeah, VR chat crashed. When we look at another furry VR chat in the nutshell video, I don't know actually. I've been wanting to do a lot of it, but it's hard. VR chat has been like a little bit slower lately. Well, I guess it's just gonna be like T-posing. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Am I back?
Oh, are you back?
Hey, you turned into a render, bro.
Yeah, my thing just everything crashed. So.
Did your PC like not handle all this shit, bro?
I'm having a low frame
I
rate
said,
too, but like...
bro, I said we look like renders. Fucking crashes.
And then turned into render for Rick.
Just like Blender. Look at
That's
that.
literally the first thing I said when you crashed, dude. Holy shit.
I have a Steam VR fail. I have to restart Steam VR. I don't need to
GGs.
change worlds. It's just like I've been having this crash. I don't know why. I think it's Windows being Windows. I mean, I can shake my ass in low FPS, and that's about it.
Brother.
Look,
You're in a position like
oh, I can
like
move. I can move. I'm not even in VR. What is this? Look at the leg.
That's
Holy
creepy.
shit.
What the hell?
Yeah. Oh god, what is happening? Look at this.
Try to.
What is happening?
Look at my
Can you
stream.
reset your tracking or?
This is shit. No, I'm not in VR. Like my VR isn't working.
It
It's
is
just
happening. Hold on. Where
I'm
the
just
fuck
using
did I
I'm
put
using
your
my
stream on?
controllers. I'm using my controllers. I am looking at this through OBS and like moving. Woo! Let's go. Well, boy, I want to see that really pretty fountain over there. I hope I don't lag the fuck out of. Whoa! What? Oh my god! It is very pretty, but like, my shit's gone. Alright, I'm gonna restart Steam VR. I'll be right back, chat. Logging back in. I don't think this was because the world was heavy. I have been having this issue where my shit just crashes. Oh wait, I gotta open Steam VR calibrator because I think it's like not responding. Come on. Come on. Jacking in. Blah. Okay, there you go. Now I gotta wait a little bit, chat. There you go. Come on, give me the tracking. Give me the calibration. Come on. You can do it. I think I have my trackers on. It takes a while. I gotta move a bit. There you go. Maybe. Come on. Hey, there you go. Hey, we're okay. We're okay. We're okay. Let's see if we can rejoin Puppy. Meow. I wanna see that world, so see if okay, my overlay is back. I need chat. It did say render. I can't complain. Yeah, let's put the music a little bit lower because it's super loud. Oh wow. Meow.
Damn it. Oh, he's joining us. Okay, never mind then. I thought you're going to stay there.
Whoa, is this that world that's like super heavy?
Yeah.
Whoa, I wanna go stand at the water.
Your ass today?
Oh, no,
Hey, May. Huh?
It's very bright.
If I crash, it's your fault. Yo, look at all the pretty. Holy shit! That is a big fly. I can look at that.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm gonna take pictures of my ass in this world, bro.
I do want to pull it out and see how it looks like.
Yo, what?
What? Okay.
The Pokemon avatars, not this, not what you're thinking.
Oh.
Look. Hell yeah! Oh, that's so cool.
It's the loading.
Why do you have boobs? What's he driving at me?
That's crazy.
Imagine this, but like with a heartbeat. Like,
Please don't. I'm begging you, please don't.
Wait, puppy.
Yes.
Do you have avatar
no,
sounds?
No,
Do you have avatar sounds?
Let me check.
Do you have avatar
Yes.
sounds? You have avatar sounds.
Yes.
Okay. You have? Are you
Yes.
sure?
Yes.
Can you come
Yes, Snowy. Yeah, what's up? Get your blocks.
Nah.
You come to this like a
Same shit you
yo.
wearing during that fucking Who's First shit, bro.
I saved this shit. It's so good. I can just go up to you like.
Dude. I actually hate you so fucking much, bro. Yo, don't fucking touch me, you cretin.
There we go, shot. See, this is the type of thing you should put like on XQC stream. Like, here you go.
Jesus, okay.
Ah! I'm being murdered. Oh, you know what? You know what will look good here? Oh, that's a fucking horse! Holy shit! I just realized.
No. This is going to like even more.
Puppy, can you come closer? Puppy. I think Puppy hates me. Did you actually block me, you asshole?
What?
Can you come closer?
Why are you wearing the Gogeta clothes?
Can you come closer?
Yo, what's up? Yeah, you do
Stand
got the
like, okay, go
Gogeta
back,
fit on. What
go
the
back,
fuck?
go back. Can you like stand? Just stay there.
Okay. Why am I staying here? It's like the inside of a fucking Whole Foods.
There you go.
Yeah, you gotta get blocked for that. I'm not going with you. I gotta. I don't.
Wow.
If I don't, I'm just disrespecting myself. You have to either die or I have to block you. It's gotta be one
Whoa,
of them.
shit. Come on, that was that bad. I'm not a weeb. It's just
I'm gonna have to get off in a bit
funny.
though. I kind of want to play Battlefield 6. I'm not gonna hold you, Snowy.
Wow, how dare you?
I know, right?
You know what I like about
I'm evil.
Viachat?
I'm evil.
This Dragon Ball Z avatar has a breast slider. So you can like.
Yeah, that's my cue. I'll see you later, dog.
So you can just.
I think that's.
It's just like, yeah, it's just how it works, you know. You do a Dragon Ball avatar like,
Almost
Please don't leave me.
everything has-
I must. You'll be fine.
I'm the
You have
furthest
to
away
believe
from
in
fine.
yourself.
I did Naruto now. You have to believe in yourself. Believe it.
Believe it. Bye, Snowy. Goodbye, Snowy chat. Goodbye, people.
Why am I getting a system alert that my controllers will shut down because they are too... I'm not using my controllers. Oh my god. Why is the Quest Pro so sensitive?
I think they are still trying to connect. Like.
No, they're super... They're not even hot. Like, they're just... Yeah, they're like... I think this is a bug on the Quest Pro right now. It keeps warning me that, like, your controllers are so hot. I'm like, I'm not even using them. What do you mean? Anyway, that was funny. That was fun. Yeah, I have a feeling this world is, like, very blue. I don't know if... Like, there's a throne, but, like, if you see...
I'm dying.
There's like, so many... Oh, let's go over here. It looks magical. Yeah, Domino looks amazing. I want to climb this lady and see how it looks like. I can't climb the lady. Never mind.
What? You always want to climb a lady.
Look! Let's take a picture.
Butterflies.
Wonderful. You're like,
Is there a secret behind it?
pose for the fans. What kind of pose?
There's
I mean,
nothing
this world
behind the
fits you so well. All right, let's try and find something that will not blow our GPUs off. It does look really pretty though.
90. I'm now using 98%.
But oh fuck, I fell.
You just broke your jaw. Nice.
Well, did you have to pose me? I don't know how to pose. I look weird. How do people like pose for pictures? You know, they only have ideas. You just look gay. That's it.
You need someone who uses the camera very well, and then they tell you to do stuff.
Please, someone tell me to do stuff, because like most of the times I'm trying to like just find a pose and take a cool picture, and I don't know what to do. I know I still last time I took pictures with Voltage, and he was trying to make me look menacing, and it was just looking adorable and stupid. It was not productive at all. Be gay, do crime, exactly. It's behind you. It was right there.
I'm so sorry.
Domino too small, you can't see him. Yeah, like, it was this Voltage going like, yeah, you should probably try not to look that gay. What do you mean?
I think Domino's crashing.
I'm trying to find world that's not super heavy.
Stay here with us. You can do it.
Revive
Please don't
him.
Crash.
CPR. I'm just scrolling through the thing, see what happens. Let's see. Something like cool one. Get some girls in your stream. I'm sorry, I'm bitchless. There's no one here.
I found some scary mining game world.
Mining?
Mining with scary monsters.
That's scary though. Do we like scary? What's the name?
Let's see here.
Performance take life. I mean, if you're up to it, Voltage, I have time Tuesdays. Usually.
Oh, no.
I can come back from work at like 3, 4 and just... We can just like go around and take some funny pictures.
It's called Chrono Hollow.
I'm trying to see... I do need a lot of pictures. New ones. Funny, cute pictures are really good to post when you like go live or you just want to post stuff and you don't have the patience to edit the video. Like, look at my ass! Hey, there you go. Distract everyone, you know? I'm trying to save Domino. I'm trying to find something.
I think Domino's
There's a map.
back. You were
Yeah,
frozen for a second, you know?
there's a map called Outrun. Let's just go there.
moving.
There you go. Domino! Domino, portal! Jump! Quick, behind you! Before you die! I mean, Sakura does have a quest 3. It's like just dangling here. So technically it's possible. For Fibers not in VR until 9:10. Can you come to VR, like, if we wanna do something on Tuesday, can you come a little bit earlier? Cause I end work at 4, and then like since I stream at 9, I wanna stream at like a little bit early. Unless you wanna do it live.
Is this made by the same creator like the trash compactor? I think it is.
It looks like it actually.
Yeah, there's a portal over here, I think. Yeah.
It just says new to the world, practice a sniper in the shooting range. Wait! So you guys run and someone shoots you down? Oh, this is gonna be so fun to kill everyone. Why? No. Smooth aim. Sniper has bullet drop. Wait, hold on. Let me test this. Oh shit! This is crazy.
How is this a map? You're shooting people?
Yeah.
This feels like a Squid
Oh
Game.
wait, can I? Okay, wait. Can I take off? How do I leave? Oh wait, this is probably better in first person. Chat, do you see this? Yeah. So this is what I see. Let me see if you guys can see. Yeah, I think.
Looking at the gun.
I think I need to kill you. Let me turn on stable cam. Oh, I wish I had sniper. Alright, let's try this. Fuck it. I don't know what this is. It's gonna be either terrifying or amazing. Come in. I'm assuming that sniper is like random.
Kill each other.
If it's domino, we're fucked. Oh, this is terrifying. Is he on the tower? Oh no, he's on the tower. No, Domino is on the tower. This is fucking terrifying. I don't like this. Oh, he's shooting. Grave. No, Rich! Fucking... What the fuck? Whoa! Oh, the bullets! Alright, chat, I don't like this. I gotta plan this. Oh shit. Come on, Grave! Wait, is he shooting someone else? Oh no, he's definitely shooting me. Oh! Oh, this is risky. Oh. Fuck it. Bolting it. How do I... Okay, there's no way. How do we do the last stretch? Oh. I don't think you respawn. Did I win? Oh, there's more. Ah, fuck. Why is this cemetery? This is fucking horrifying. Oh! Oh, trees. I don't know what to do. Oh! Getting closer. Oh, I can hear the explosion now. You never get me alive! Am I slower? I'm slower! I can't let him aim, chat. I gotta keep moving. Ow! I think I got shot in the head. Ow! Oh, come on. Did I get... Wait, did I die? Did I die? What happened? Did you get me?
Well.
Ah, fuck! This is so cool. We gotta get more people in here.
I think I know where this world came from Roblox, I think.
Yeah, it does say Roblox.
I remember seeing something like this.
Let's try again. I wanna be the sniper. I wanna be the sniper at least once. Are you changing into tactical gear?
Server processing.
Is it PC only? I don't know. Quest, Apple and PC. Oh, you're gonna get taller.
Nova Beast.
Yo, big domino. Oh, that's why you were missing, maybe, huh? I imagine Domino with a sniper over his head. He can't see, just. They grow up so fast, chat. Please be a sniper. Please be a sniper. Please be a sniper. Domino went through puberty. Ah, goddammit. You get slower at the end, I'm pretty sure. Huh. My god, the bullets, this is terrifying. It's kind of cheating if you only have like 2 people, because I guess... Oh god. I'm pretty sure it's more fun for the one who's shooting. We need to get... Oh, he's shooting me. Shit. We need to get like a meeting here. A meetup game world thing. It's on Domino, it's on Domino. Oh, Domino got shot. I can tell you the name. It's called Outrun. What? How did they do it? God damn it. When they see it, nah, it's really easy to see. Why is Domino sideways? Domino is sideways for some reason. Imagine VR in a bit. Come. It's really good. It's really good map. Oh, he's going. I'm gonna leave you the Domino cam on the background. I hope it's not a random and I can actually be sniper next. I think you should have more maps though. I'm gonna catch you in Pokeball now. Try. Wah wah wah. Oh.
That's pretty cool.
I think Domino got screwed. And me next. Come on. It has to be me now. Oh, mirror.
I think it is. Should be.
Come on. I'll be upset if it's not me. Oh, there you go. Hey! Oh, this is the view? No way. Can you see this properly? Yeah. So I can zoom in. Is that a massive bullet drop? There is. Okay, Domino got donked. Kill Domino. Oh, dodging, huh? Time to clip his leg. Ah, oh, come on. Yeah. Oh shit. You kind of get like you need to adjust your hands from time to time. I'm shooting my arm. Yeah, this is what you get for not modding properly. Oh, it was on the foot. Oh, come on. Oh, I gotta like reset. There you go. Oh shit, where is he? Over there. Can you like restart? Because like this. Oh, you can move the sniper. Like, okay, okay. You switch avatars, you bitch. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah!
I mean, I tried to use my super weapon.
It's he switched avatars. I was like, wow, okay. How dare you?
I could use a flashlight to blind you.
I don't think it worked. I don't know if hitting the tail counts though. But it's really hard to like move the sniper sideways a lot. Okay, why is my okay, this is not. Hold on. Yeah, I gotta.
You need to like re-grab it.
Yeah, you need to like. Yeah, re-grab it. It's weird. It's cool though.
I think I will be going for now. Tomorrow I have
hiking. How dare? Hiking?
Bye bye. Yes, I'm going to hike tomorrow.
Have a nice hike. I do have like a hiking place nearby. I need to find out. It's like a 6-kilometer trail on the forest or something. Never done anything like that.
I'm going 13 tomorrow.
I need to get some water bottles and see. Maybe I'm going to do that. I just shot Dominic because he's more visible. It's just a blue thing. It was like, it's right there.
Blue target.
Blue target, yeah. Bye. Nice. Have a nice hike. Yeah, we're definitely saving this world to use on the meetups because I imagine 30 people here shooting each other. You just see like 30 furries running in the graveyard. Amazing. I wanna war. I said I have never hiked before, so 6 kilometers in the forest is a lot. You gotta be careful. I don't wanna die. And that's what like hiking lake stream chat. If you even have coverage. I don't hate blue, it's just visible. I am blue, I can't hate blue. Unless I hate myself. Mr. Beast Squid Game meme. Oh yeah, he did do like a Squid Game like series thing, right? Or is that Netflix? I know there's a Squid Game real thing going on. They're doing a new season or something. Donate yourself not allowed. You don't tell me what to do. It's like, oh boy, here's this series criticizing society and consumerism and like, you know, don't do reality shows like this because it's bad. Meanwhile, real world goes like, what if? What if we do this thing that they're telling us not to do? Great idea. Even when you're son enough to be called mainly blue anymore. I am blue though. Blue hair, blue tail, blue backside. I just have more black and white now. My son has been evolving a lot since the old days. It's more dark. I don't know if I like it or I dislike it, but it's been evolving and I like it. Maybe I should make like an old version of the VOE. Because I do have a lot of avatars that like, the blue is kind of getting black. I was sniping, I didn't know about the zoom, so I was... Oh, you weren't zooming? That is kind of impressive. You shot. So that's probably why you guys weren't hitting much. I was curious. It's really easy if you only have 2 targets, but if there's like a bunch of people, I think it gets harder. Man, I need to go world scouting before streams sometimes, because I am running out of pretty worlds. Rainbow Library? No. Oh, it's not a chill world. Can Deska play as a sniper? I don't know, maybe. I think you can. There was like some instructions on the wall. Sniper settings, haptics, sniper instructions. The sniper has bullet drop, right thumb stick, letting go, move away. You may be able to. You just try, see what happens. But it should be fine. So EP. Squid Game World. Furry's playing.
Did you wash your ass today?
Hey, Psychos! Thank you for supporting with Prime, man, for 10 months. Holy. Welcome back. Oh, the monument. Atomic. What is this? Oh, it's a Gary's mod map. I'm just like scrolling through all the popular maps now, seeing what's up. It is very impressive. You can't see shit without zoom, literally. Trash Compactor is still very popular. I haven't played games enough in VR. I gotta do that more often. When I have friends. It's the AFK game. Go eep. But if I eep, I don't stream. And if I don't stream, I feel bad. And then you guys feel bad. And everyone feels shitty. Sky Stadium. Oh, it's RP fighting. Let's go here so you can have a pretty background, and then we can check things. Wow. If he doesn't from they will survive. Nah, you all die. You don't get it, Chad. You all die, okay? You just don't know yet. This is in Chinese, but let's just click here, I guess. Oh yeah, good idea, man. Go to a Chinese chilling world so you don't fucking understand anything that's going on. Oh, that is really pretty. What the fuck? It's like a 3D thing. Art thingy. I recognize this world base. Yeah, it's like an outside area with a pool here. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. That is very pretty. You should get Kevin here. I did tell them to join. That is what is this avatars? I think these are avatars. Or worlds. I'm scared of clicking any of these. Okay, I'm clicking this one. See what happens. Oh, it's okay. It's URLs. Okay, you can go buy these things. Cool. Oh, waterfall. Okay, you know what? I'm staying here. There you go. Pretty. Kinda. Oh yeah, there you go. Here, that's fine. Focus. Semi-auto. There you go. Wow. My home. Oh yeah, true. It's very pretty. I'll take some pictures here. Kevin is being gay with Ry. I was like, hey Rylet, I'm finally gonna stay up for a little bit longer on stream. Do you want to join maybe the audience hierarchy? Maybe like exist or something? And they're like, oh no, we're gonna take a little bit longer. And I'm like, you're gonna take a little longer? Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, not too much. I'm like, you're gonna take a little bit longer in VR, but not too much. They're fucking. That's it. That's my. That's what they're doing. Yep, they're e-fucking. They are e-fucking. They cannot beat the allegations. I'm sorry. Don't you ever feel shitty for resting? I just saw that. I do feel shitty for resting though. Like for example today, if I didn't stream today, I will be like, oh, they hate me. And like, they want to fucking kill me now. It's stream anxiety, stinky brain. We love you. You better. I will smack you. And I'm joking. No, but like it's a common thing that happens to me. I got a lot of I have a lot of anxiety with this. I don't know. It's weird. I've been doing this for like 5 years now, and I'm an idiot. I don't know how to explain. To become a full-time streamer. Oh, I have a job, man. I stream 3 times a week, barely, for 3 hours. Not even that sometimes. And this shit consumes so much time. It's crazy. Like, streaming is for people who don't have free time, or you don't want to have free time. You know why? Because streaming in a, like, for example, now, if I stream on Friday and Saturday, I lose the whole weekend. I can't go anywhere. I can't go out. I can't go like, oh, let's go. Like, you can't, because I need to go home. I need to be home at like 5, just so I can get ready mentally and get everything ready. And then like 7, whatever, and then 9 stream. Like, been an idiot for more than 5 years. I've been an idiot for longer than 5 years. I've been an idiot for 29 years now. I'm fucking old, chat. Help me. Used to me having a midlife crisis here. Exactly, Thomas, that's what I'm saying. Like, I know, right? I don't play guitar anymore. I don't play piano. I mean, I don't have them here, but like, I don't play piano. I don't play guitar. I don't, like, do other things. I don't play games anymore. I don't, like, it's crazy how much stream, like, takes from you. Blah. Bite me. Hi, Metal. You want me to bite you? Join here and I'll bite you. I have a deal. Meow, meow, meow. You guys, can you remind me... remind me that I need to steal your old index controllers, because mine fucking suck. Meow, 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 meow. Well, even if Good joined, there would be no girls on the stream, because it doesn't count, so... Joke's on you! Meow, 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 meow. Oh my god, okay, I opened the news section, and that was the news about like in Portuguese, and he was saying the Australian tribunal condemns, and there was like some dude probably did some stupid shit. So my brain read that as, oh, the autistic like I'm like, there's an autistic like council now? What do you mean? There's a tribunal, and my brain just let autistic tribunal condemns. I'm like, what the fuck? Since when? What does VOR mean? We don't know anything about it. What do you mean? What does your name mean? What does your name mean? Have a spare right hand index over controller if that helps. Honestly, it's dangling if you wanna help. I need 2 of them, Metal. This controller is disconnecting and having tracking issues, and this controller is literally dangling. You can see on my Twitter, I posted a little picture. It is very, 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 very bad. I have the VR gloves, which I need to do a video about them, because I'm late on that. I need to do like a little review. I still like the index controls a little bit more for more precision, and it's just more competitive fine control, I guess. I don't know. You have the other right one if you just want the parts. The parts. I don't know what part. I don't know what's wrong with this one. Yeah, see, like, right, yeah, there you go. There you go. I don't know what's wrong with this one. This one I know, it's dangling. But Goods has 2 controllers that she doesn't use because it had 2 sets, so... Are you a fanboy? I don't know, you tell me. What do you think? Probably not really. Did you say VR gloves? Yeah, I have the UD cap VR gloves. They sent me to test. It doesn't get it because no buttons. No, the gloves are cool, but the index controllers are a little bit easier to like move things around. The gloves are more social and less like gaming and streaming and whatever. I don't know how to explain. I don't think I can turn them on now because I'm already on VR. I can try. It's a bit messy. Because I need to turn on the software and then they'll connect. I think I can turn them on, but not off. Should I just try and fuck it? See what happens? It'll take me like a few minutes. Full send it? Alright, fuck it. Fuck it. I'm turning off my controllers. Alright, controllers are off. Do you wanna know the funny thing, chat? So, right now, I don't have any controllers. This is my hands. This is the Quest Pro hand tracking. If you turn off your index controllers, it turns on automatically. And it's pretty good. Like, it is pretty good. Almost no delay. This is Quest Pro finger tracking, by the way. Just nothing in my hands. And I think on the Crash 3 it's a little bit better. The problem with this is, so, yeah, you can do headpads and like, you can like, hey, here we go, chat, blah, 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 blah. Like, look. It's really accurate. It's actually, I don't know how they did it. It's really accurate. But the problem is, walking with this is very cumbersome. Because you need to do like, you need to do this with your hand, like your finger. This pose. And with your right hand, you turn. And with your left. So if you want to go forward and turn, you gotta go like this. So you just, I like to joke, you just end up looking like fucking Doctor Strange. Like, alright, hold on. I gotta go fucking do a circle. I'm opening a portal, chat, follow me. It's so weird. Like, I look like I'm pitching some nipples, you know? Like, Can you touch yourself with the virtual hands? I mean, yeah, I can. If I want to. Can you jump? Jumping is... So each finger does something different. So jumping, I think it's this one, yeah. So if you hit your ring finger, you jump. Pinky finger is the ball menu, the little circle menu. And I guess... Oh, on the left one is muting. Yeah. I mute myself. If I do this, there you go, now I'm muted in game. Then I do this, now I'm unmuted. Pinky is ball menu, this one is moving. And if you wanna open the big menu, you just look at your wrist. You go like, look at it, and it pops up. Okay, let me... Oh, and to select, you pinch. So let me do something for you so you guys can see. So you can see my hands now, right? Ah, shit, voltage, now you joined me. Okay, let me show you. You can see my hands, I think, yeah. So let me show you. This is just my hands. I go like, oh, voltage. I need to accept voltage. So I look at my menu. And then I accept voltage. There you go. And then you look again, and you will turn off, I'm pretty sure. There you go. You gotta get used to it. And like these three balls, so this ball is the movement, this is a jump, this is the circle menu. It is a little bit messy, but if you get used to it, it kind of works. Like for example, oh, I need to put my camera. So you look at your wrist. It's like here somewhere. I know why it's not working now. Oh, like, yeah, you need to look at your wrist. Ah, fuck, I closed it. It does like this little noise. And then you go camera and stream camera. And then you literally grab stuff. Like if you want to grab stuff, you grab it. So moving stuff around is like actually really cool. There you go. Alright, yeah, there we go. Just grab it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, see? It's pretty cool. Like, Are you gay? Depends on who asks. Oh, why do you care so much? What are you holding? Ah, nothing. Oh, this is like the world menu. I don't know how this came here. Can I turn it off? Yeah, there's like a weird, like it's like the world player. Kind of weird to hold it. Pinch it. Bro job. So this is the quest hands. The problem is they're really good. They're really fucking good. Like, if you want to just chat and be expressive, they're really good. Like, they're really good. But they can't track behind you. So yeah, I have my hands behind me and this is what happens. And then you put them backwards, like you see. So there's limited range. So this is where the VR gloves come to like fix this issue. So let me try and get them on. I don't know if this is gonna work, because you're supposed to set them up before you open everything. I don't know what happens if you set it before after. So, but you can find out. Fuck it. There's a lot of things you need to do. Mainly, there's 2 USB cables I gotta plug in. Don't look at my ass, please. Thank you. Wait, are they? I gotta find them now. I think there should be charge. Yeah, okay, so. Probably gonna have some driver conflicts. No, not really. You can see my quest tracking my hands, putting the gloves. Kind of cool. So right now, I am putting my under gloves just so I don't sweat on the gloves. Because there's like double gloves, you know, so you don't sweat on them. They're also washable, so they're really cool. Oh shit, hold on, I'll go backwards a little bit. There we go, hold on. I gotta spin, sorry. There you go. Okay, so now I have 2 USBs. And I don't know where the cables are. So each glove has a dongle, which is a little bit... You know, it's 2 USBs you have to use, but yeah. Let me get... I think the dongle should be somewhere behind my PC. Where are they? Okay, one of them is here. Found one. I'm gonna connect one of them. Yeah. And they're a little bit tricky because they have range and whatever, so it's not perfect. Okay, the other dongle is here. I found both of them. Chat, I found both of them. There we go. I need to be away from your PC, kinda. Alright, so. Now, I gotta open the software. UD cap driver, yeah, there you go. Okay, they are both on. Yeah, I can see them in my VR. Gotta open the UD cap driver. I gotta put the gloves in my hands now. Oh shit, I gotta turn them on, yeah. So hold on, I gotta turn the power on. Whoops. Okay, they're on. Gonna put the right glove. Okay, I can see them. I can see them. Index controls are off. So the gloves simulate index controllers a bit. So I'm kind of scared there's gonna be some conflict there. Because if there's conflict, I'm basically fucked. If there's some conflict between them, I will have no hands for the rest of the stream. Unless I restart. Honestly, not gonna lie, I think I'm gonna use this more often. You know why? It's getting really cold. It's 0 degrees. So I'm having the gloves, it's legit comfy. Okay, so I have the gloves in my hand now. Starting to, like, I have my Apple Watch on my left hand, so it's a little bit tricky to get it in. There you go. So I have the gloves in my hand now. I gotta calibrate them.
Make a fist.
Yeah.
Bring 5 fingers together.
Yeah.
Spread 5 fingers apart.
Yeah. Spread you apart.
All set.
Okay. So now I need to connect to SteamVR. Okay, they are connected to SteamVR. Okay, they're working. They're working. They're working. They're working. Yeah, they're working. They're working! Fuck, this is exciting. Let me get everything. So now I have VR gloves. And high voltage. And a thing you can notice now is I have finger tracking, same way, but now it tracks everywhere. So it's basically the same thing as the Quest, but we have more freedom. And I'm not holding anything, I just have the gloves. The cool thing about the gloves is, so on your index finger, there's a thumbstick and buttons. So it's basically like if you do this with your hands, you basically have if you grab it, you basically have a controller. So you can walk around like pretty smoothly. It's way better. And then you can headbutt people like It is not perfect. My main complaint about the gloves is the grabbing. Cause you actually have to grab and they have some resistance, but for example, right now I'm zooming in my overlay, I'm like preparing things, etc. Yeah, they're pretty cool. Oh, I went black. Hold on, I touched my finger. They're really expensive though. I don't know if I will recommend it. Like, it depends. It's very niche. I can scratch my ass now. Yeah, like you can do pretty accurately too. Are the gloves durable? I've had it for like a month, so I don't know. But you can buy like replacement like fabric. So
What did you pay for them?
it's free because I'm testing them. Disclaimer, I got them for free, okay? I think they're really expensive. I don't know if they're like 300 or 400 bucks, but they're really expensive. They're the same price as like a controller set. And another bad thing, not bad thing, but it depends on your setup. You need to have tender trackers or like controllers, because right now, I forgot the price, by the way. I have an affiliate link, but I didn't put it yet because I want to actually see these, test it, and etc. See if they work. They have some issues if you like right now. See, it's a little bit laggy because the gloves have channels. You need to switch channels and blah blah blah. You need to set up properly. And the closer you are, the better the connection. Oh, I just went black. My god. My hair is covering the quest sensor and it just goes black because it thinks I'm AFK.
The sensor
Especially...
did the opposite thing.
Huh?
I thought the sensor did the opposite thing. When you have something in the way of the sensor, it will register.
I don't know,
snap
my
your
quest
finger.
sensor is like very sensitive. Let me get my... Yeah, see, right now it's like turning black every time I touch it. It's crazy. Where's my yoga ball? Look at this! I can grab my yoga ball. I'm like... That's so cool. But I say Tundra because the Tundra trackers are really small. I can barely feel them. Like, it's really good. Oh. Yeah, see, I misclicked this. I gotta adjust my headset. Hold on. My hair is getting in the way. Oh, it's really annoying. Long hair problems, man. There you go. That's way better. But yeah, I don't know the price of the I don't know the price of the gloves. I don't remember. I wouldn't buy them to be your exclusive VR controller though, because for stuff like Beat Saber, for example, I don't think they're good enough. They're more social, like VTuber things than competitive tracking things, you know? But they're really good. Like, they're really good. They have a lot of expressiveness, and the controller on the fingers is so... Like, if the gloves had no controllers on the fingers, I wouldn't use them. Like, because moving with VR gloves and hand tracking is really bad. With this is amazing. Ah, and you can do, like, finger spreads and, you know, all the fancy stuff. That's cool. Now I need this for... We need socks. Feet tracking socks. Hear me out. It's the future, bro. Look, like, you know, like, what? It is possible if you just make this in the... Listen, if you make this... Just this, but feet-shaped. It would work.
The worst thing is that people are going to buy that. A lot of people.
Oh, I would buy it. I would buy it.
Yeah, I know it.
Feet tracking, bro. I think I saw someone doing feet tracking one time. You can technically do it like OSC and like some weird cables and whatever. It'll be very bad.
What, connect like the old Xbox Connect thing?
You can use a Kinect too, actually. Feet Kinect, let's go. But yeah, like one thing I don't like about, I guess it's just you getting used to it, but I do a lot of misclicks, and you know, I zoom my chat, or like I scroll up by accident. There you go. We're both cats now.
Wow.
Wow. Numbs. Me another thing for his spreads is though. Just get a full bodysuit. I was thinking about it, but I think they're still very expensive. Especially for like what it offers you. I think if you just get like Slime VRs or what's the other thing? The Sony Mokopi trackers. Is it called Mokopi? Is that still a thing? I really like the idea of the Sony trackers. They were...
I'm still on the old shit that I've been using for what, 4 years now?
What are you been using?
Vive trackers, the 2.0s. Or was it
Well,
3.0s?
yeah, but...
What was the latest one?
We have the new ones. I think it's a
new
3.
ones.
The new...
3.0?
Wait, why is it called 2.0 if there was never a 1.0? Was that a 1.0?
Sound fancy. You sound
Vive
like you're in the
2.0!
future.
Wow! The best thing about these gloves that I like is you can look very pensive. You'll be like,
I forgot to paint a spot.
yeah, that's my... don't worry about it. I'm scratching myself and like, there you go.
Detail. Yeah.
There was?
We
I've
also
never
have, like,
seen
the Quest
1.0s.
Pro and tracking. We also have that.
The thing
Also
about
ass. I hate it.
it works fine on me. But the problem is if you do this, it doesn't work anymore. Why am I set back to 0-0? I was level 7 did it got reset? I don't think levels got reset. Maybe you're seeing the wrong bot. Ask Wire and Mr. Mod. Mods, help. I don't think it got reset though. I don't know, they work. I like the gloves, they're kind of cool. I just gotta buy some duct tape, because the thing about VR is when you have a lot of wireless stuff, it starts interfering with each other. So you just gotta like spread them all apart. There was a Meta wristband for the VR Ray-Ban that tracks your hand tracking with the muscle signals. Yeah, I saw that for the... I think the bot stopped working. It's probably temporary, man. Hopefully. Yeah, like there's the Meta Ray-Ban glasses where they have a wristband and it reads your like muscle signals that you send, like the electrical signals, I think, or like your muscle movements, and you can like use that as a, you know, when you're pointing and whatever. So I think that'll be like kind of cool. Like you have a wristband that tracks your things, and maybe that could be possible. I think that's probably gonna be possible. Right now, gloves.
That's expensive as hell.
Gloves, chat. Yeah, but it starts expensive and then goes down.
Wait, are they the gloves that... I saw some VR gloves on Twitter and so on. They were basically just normal gloves, but with a lot of wires going everywhere on the gloves.
This one uses... No, this one uses some stretchy, fancy shit. Like the fabric has... I guess it's wires. You don't feel them, but it's like zigzag patterns, and then you flex it like when you close your fingers, it will like stretch them, and that's what tracks the thing.
That sounds too fancy for me.
It's like the fabric has embedded like wires, I guess, and they bend and stretch, and that changes the signal, and then they
like touch sensitive in a way.
Yeah, like stretch sensitivity. Cause like you stretch the fabric, and like when it moves, like yeah, I don't know. I'm not like I didn't make this, but
how sensitive is it? Like my controls are like, but I can be
So
like accurate with my pointing.
The pointer finger is a little bit less sensitive because you have two buttons and a joystick attached to it, so it's like a little bit of resistance because it's like a bunch of stuff in your finger. But the other one's like, can you even see the chat? Yeah, I can see the chat. I just have you guys are like over here, like on my field of view, like over there, on the corner of my eye. Oh, whoa! It's called an overlay. You can run an app on top of the other app, and it's called the overlay. Just shows this. Did you fall in the water?
Maybe.
Like it's just a cat on the water, like what? I'm giving chat a side eye. I mean, okay, I'm gonna look. Okay, chat, I'm gonna look at you. Look at my face. Ready? This is me reading you. Hi. Man, face tracking, eye tracking, glove tracking, full body tracking. How much shit do we buy just to be degenerates, man? This is insane. It's like, you spent like how much in VR stuff? For what? To sit on a ball for 3 hours? Oh, shit.
That's one way
ERP tracking. I spent all this money to jerk it really fast in VR. Fully plugged into the Matrix. I'm joking. I feel a rat taking pictures of me.
You have clothing on you, Muppet.
Cloning? What do you mean? Oh, clothing.
Clothing. You have a fucking hoodie on. And a color.
I can take it off.
No.
No.
I'm trying to take pictures. I'm practicing taking pictures.
You're a goblin. You are a fucking goblin. Holy shit, that is the most goblin thing I've ever seen in my life. Oh, that's a raccoon. Yeah, that's adorable.
Raccoon.
Fight me. Oh, your thing squishes.
I just... Hold it. Wait, stand still. Stand still. There you go.
Oh, it's cute. Come here. Is it your pattern or you have like more fur on the cheeks? Probably your pattern.
That is my patterns.
Yeah, that looks more fluffy.
Also, apparently, with Mayu, if you resize yourself, the sound the avatar makes will also change after your size.
Wait,
So
actually?
if you become smaller, yeah.
Alright, pull my ears if you can. Oh, it does! What the fuck? What the fuck? I didn't notice that. Alright, pull my ears now.
Oh god. Ah, fucking hell.
Oh shit, where's that height? Hold on. Go on, pull my ears now. You're like meow. Meow. Meow.
Wait.
Bah. I sound like a fucking sheep. On the Mayo, I like being normal height. I like being small. Mayos are small.
Same. Normally I put like avatar heights on like my in real life height.
Yeah.
With the Mayu, I like to have it small. Like
It's the only avatar that I'm small. Everything else is big. I like using 2
Other
meters.
avatars that actually go default.
I like having 2 meters usually. I don't know why. It feels right in VR.
It feels
Not
a little bit too tall.
Not compensating. Oh wait, while it is online, I wonder if they are I wonder if they are doing something, chat. Kevin is online. Well, and Kevin online, but I cannot join because like, oh, you can't join. We're gonna do something before you join you. Sus. Good night, SCP. Have a good night, man. I'm trying to reset my horizontal offset, but fuck, aiming with this is so hard. Okay, I'm gonna go really close. There you go. Taking pictures with ghost hands. Oh no, are they doing the thing? They're doing the thing. They're using ghost hands. Sus. Sus. Oh. Do I have a VR menu on this? Oh yeah, it's 2 buttons. Oh, what? Am I stuck? Beep 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 boop. I admire with Rex hands and fluffy tail from send you a pic. Oh, you did like a Rexy body thingy, Mayu? I don't know how to think about that actually. I would need to see it in VR.
Can you send me a picture of it? I want to see. I'm curious.
Oh, I would if I can I forward? I think forwarding is easier. Yeah, forward and yeah, because it's right here. There you go. I don't know if I like it or not. I really like the Mayo's hands. Oh, so you're such a good fucking picture.
I got mixed feelings about it. I kind of like it.
Yeah, I know, right?
Also, it's something that I got mixed feelings, but generally, I kind of like it. It just needs some texture into it.
I think I would need to see it in VR with the textures to like actually see. It's I really like the Mayo hands. Like I know they look a little chunky, but I don't mind them. They're really cute. Better hands than the Viewy. The Viewy hands are a little bit. I will give you that. The Viewy hands are a little bit like eh. It's growing on me though. It's growing on me. Maybe I'll find someone to swap some hyena beans to the Viewy and maybe swap the hands. Now the ears are good. Fuck you. Now you're just being picky. Viewy ears are good. Like for example, where is this one? No. Well, if you're gonna edit the whole Viewy, just pick something else. I'm joking. Raccoon is doing that lame ass furless ears. Oh my god, you're such a complainer. That one's fucking adorable. I need that. It's a northern aspil. I just covered yourself so they can see shit, but yeah, there you go. You're on a rock! Such a bad place to be. It's like so many colliders there. Like if I go here, I just go up and you're off camera.
There you go.
Oh my god, okay, fucking, my brain is not braining. There, you know, there you go. This is it. There we go. It's a cat snake.
Cat snake. I think there's a fluffy snake.
Cat snake cake? No. Cat snake. It could be a cake. Snack? A snat. It's okay, Donut. Yo, look! Whoa! I really like this Aspil. I love the Aspil. But this one specifically. I have an Aspil actually. I don't think it has face tracking enabled properly. But I do have an Aspil and it's really cute. Better Donuts, come on. It's older, but yeah, there you go. I like it.
One is the not fluffy one.
Yeah, not cat.
They got the face tracking though.
No. It's just some blend shapes. Look. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's like you're not having face tracking. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I need to see what happened with this one. Because I have the face tracking menu. Oh wait, maybe it works. Hold on. Yeah, it just like the eyes work. But the mouth only opens. He doesn't do anything else. So I need to update this and see what I fucked up. I think I probably like put the wrong prefab. Most likely. There's a fangs. You can become circumcised or something. Yeah, I can change the hood size.
Have you
Lower
tried
body.
more than one?
I didn't even buy it.
No, I mean, have you tried the public one?
No, do you have it? Could try. I'll always need mouth open and blap emotes because you're a vor degenerate. There you go. Ow. Snake.
There you go.
Oh, but you changed yours, or is it just like customization?
Hmm?
See the face tracking. Leap tracking, eye
Face tracking is very
tracking.
good. It's like very well balanced.
Fake dilatation. Oh. No, I don't want that. I want the real one. Fake constriction. I don't think I need any of that. I like to put settings and put local smoothing at like 30 something. It is good. The hands feel like the Viewey actually. Wait, let me customize it a bit. I gotta go back. Oh. Alright, let's see. We have... Oh my god, there's so much crap. What the fuck? Pointy ears? You can make big ears. More cheek fluff. Snoot. Oh my god, there's so many options. You can change the snoot in so many ways. Lashes, high slit. Body. Oh my god, how big is... There's so much crap. Breast, chest, arms, waist, legs, butt, thickness. I'm gonna be a little bit more thick. I'm sitting on a ball, not an invisible toilet. Color of the eyes. Color of the body. All texture. Oh, what is that?
Hello.
That's cool. Oh my god, how is your E-sex? Tell me about it.
We did an ERP. What the fuck? We had... Oh god.
Now you're inside me, so...
Holy shit.
Gavin, is ERPing with me? I don't like it.
Already?
Why, that's
No.
insane. What do you mean already? What the fuck?
Also, come here. I gotta show you. I gotta show you. This is so... Look at this.
Oh.
Look at this. This is so cute. It's
Oh,
a
wow, I'm not cute. I see how it is.
Faravin. Faravin.
Yes, yeah.
A carrot. You're a
What?
carrot. A ferret, Kevin. You're a carrot.
Oh, a ferret.
You're a Karen. A ferret, Kevin. Karen. Kevin is best, Kevin. No, she's hot. I don't like this. You look like you should like rob a bank.
What? Oh, let's
You
go.
look like you
Where's
should
that
rob a
bank?
bank. Kevin should rob a bank with his avatar.
Why?
Look,
What the
I have
fuck?
I have VR gloves. You want me to touch you? You can feel like in
Wait.
HD. Look.
Incredible statement.
Whoa. Okay, look at this. Look at this.
What
Ready?
the-
Ready?
oh,
Ready?
yeah.
Ready? You know what you can do if you have VR gloves and... Did you add blinking to the avatar?
Yeah, she did.
Pokes your eyes. Pokes your eyes. Pokes your eyes.
No!
think for the right. Yeah, look, fingers right, right.
Yeah. Oh
Ready?
yeah. Yeah, I see it. Of course. Of course. Of course.
God damn it.
Hey, I can do that if I turn my
wash
controller
your
off. I can just use the hand tracking on the Quest.
Yeah, but okay, do that. Do that. I'm gonna flex on you. Okay.
Hold on.
I'm gonna flex on you.
Can I even turn the controllers off?
Also, your Northern Aspel is really good. I like it.
It doesn't. It just resets. It just resets
Spicy.
my position. Well, let me try it. Oh, there we go. Okay, I turned it off.
Differently. Oh.
Hey, man, thank you so much for the
Okay.
Prime, man. And the raid.
If I can even. Oh, this. See, I can move the fingers.
Hey, right? You can move your fingers, right?
English
Look
or
at me.
Spanish?
That's a quest tracking.
A little bit of Spanish.
Yeah.
Whoever moves
Look at me.
first is gay.
Ready?
Oh well, I mean, I can't. Yeah, I know. As soon as I do that, it goes away.
I can technically do the. What's that with this?
I'm gonna leave.
I'm sorry. There you go. Snake hug.
No, I'm already disappointed.
Pushes in the water.
Snake hug.
Pushes in the water. Pushes in the water. There you go.
You're stealing
You
donuts.
better run. Nah. I'll never be able to replace donuts. Schlong too big. I can't compete.
Schlong too big.
Yeah. I need to buy this avatar. What do you mean gay alert? Fuck you. That's definitely not gay. I don't. What do you? Well, your ferret's broken.
It's fine. She does that sometimes.
You guys took so long ERPing, and I don't like time. I'm sad.
Oh, we didn't
Wanna join next
ERP
time?
for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Kevin.
We gotta like do
Jesus
it on
Christ.
stream.
Did you say
No.
Yeah, but he stays on the couch though.
Yeah, he did say, "Fuck that." You're on the couch with me then.
Yeah, but you need to have
So I'm
Mario
just
Kart.
alone.
It'll be her and Goots doing shit while we watch.
I'm not watching. I'm playing Mario Kart. I'm shiny hunting.
Playing Mario Kart.
I'm buying Pokemon ZA. Or I like to call it Pokemon Zaza.
Pokemon Zaza.
Pokemon Zaza. I was gonna buy the game, but that fucking game, the Switch 2 edition, costs 80 bucks in Norway. What the fuck? It's your fault.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, okay, sure.
I'm gonna find something.
It's like
equivalent to
50 in
this,
Portugal.
and
I'm like, I
I'm gonna mess with you. I'm
don't
gonna fuck with you so
know, I don't
bad.
know, and it kind of sucks.
What?
I'll wait for it to be on the
What
thing.
you can
Not like
do,
that. That's something else.
travel back to Portugal
I'm gonna do that later.
and travel back to Norway just to buy a game.
Pretty sure it'll be like more
Thanks for
expensive.
That's so funny.
Yeah, let me spend like $1,000 bucks
yeah.
of fuel
What the
and
fuck happened? My tracking just completely disappeared.
it's like
but because
just
of
the
continuous
tools are
tracking,
like
it
600
just
bucks
reset
or something.
automatically, and I was really happy.
I'll be in the house like
Before I didn't
carpet.
do that.
Oh, shit. Oh my god.
Nice fans, bro.
Fans?
I can hear myself.
fans.
Can you scream?
Fans.
Can you scream?
good?
Can you scream so like super loud like right now?
Can I close my window first, actually, before someone like recalls the police or police on me?
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
even
fine.
trying.
Yeah, you can close the window so you don't get the police call. That's a good thing.
I live on a fucking ground floor apartment. Right out there is like the everyone, so they'd like probably look at me with. Anyway, hold on. I will. Where the fuck is my window?
Did you actually player found that?
Oh my god.
That was not a window. That did not sound like a window.
I'm fine. Don't worry. That was actually just a window. What the fuck is my window? Yeah, I lost my window. Hold the phone.
No, this is
I
being
lost my window.
this is being
Yeah, it
British.
kinda gets
It
lost.
happens.
What do you mean by that? Huh?
Yeah, it's actually illegal to open windows in the UK.
Yeah, because it's just you're letting the grey. Yeah. You can't let that. I found the window.
In the gloomy depression. Oh,
What did you want me to do?
How did you lose a window?
scream really loud.
I screamed real loud.
Ah, sorry.
God damn it.
Before anyone asks, he said so. That was really
This is
loud.
true.
I'm limit testing how loud I can be at 11 o'clock at night.
Question.
Hello.
Why is your profile picture that?
Whoa.
What's wrong with my? You question my profile picture, not my status. That's what question. That's the question.
I didn't even see. You have tits on your fucking profile picture.
No, it's not. My dick's not on my profile picture.
No, your tits. And it doesn't match the avatar. It's a lie. I'm not gonna show that.
Are you scared of a little boobington? Breath. You know what? Fine. Just because you said that, what do I have a
There
stupid
you go.
ass
I
like
have a
emoji?
competition. There you go. Come on.
Is this
pull it
better?
out.
Competition.
Come on.
Oh my god.
My only avatar with tits is like ass naked, so I'm not gonna do that. But
It's okay. I'll cover my eyes. There you go.
That's fair.
oh my god! Sorry, my children have a right. Hello, clone 1 and clone 2.
See, this one has tits.
That's from the cloning machine. I don't remember making that setting, honestly.
Yeah, it went wrong. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
have
have you
to
ever
shove
seen
them
like
off.
that one? Have you ever seen like an underground film like Star Wars? There's like a clone thing in there.
Underground film like Star Wars. Yeah, the
it's
niche indie like movie making thing there.
You're looking at me dumber than I usually look. What?
Oh god.
I'm utterly
much-
confused.
How much purple is too much purple?
Yes.
I think this. I think you've answered your own question.
I think you're too much purple by yourself.
What have I let out on this word?
There's too much purple.
Too much
in this
purple
lobby.
in this lobby. Thank you, Anos 2.
Oh god, they're becoming
You're
becoming
welcome,
they're
Why do we
becoming
start flossing at the same time? What's
British.
wrong with us? What the fuck?
Help.
The same fucking brain cell, I'm telling you.
See, I like this corner. This corner is more chill.
We're on the spectrum.
True, we are on the spectrum, that is true.
I think this one's on the spectrum.
Sorry. There are words I cannot say right now. But yes.
Why'd you just go like the casino lever?
Say it.
Marl, you're not ERPing me that, I'm sorry.
Why not?
Yeah, no, Kevin, we're not ERPing with that. I'm sorry.
Why not?
You can just sit on the black thing.
What do you mean, why not?
What's
I don't associate with clankers.
You should put DP.
Are we having problems with epic roleplay?
Do not put SPS on that.
Please.
I don't remember that being Star Wars.
Oh. I don't remember that being in Star Wars.
You didn't see when Darth Vader turned to Luke and was like, "Do not put SPS on that." It's such an iconic
He
scene.
said, sorry, it's been a while since I watched it.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
You'd never lie. You'd never lie to me, right? So, exactly, I trust you. So,
Are you asking for uppies? Is that what you're asking for?
That does not look like Eppies.
I did it.
it's a Christmas miracle.
Like the Lion King, I have Simba. I'm holding Simba.
Smashes on the ground.
That's what I'm saying.
There you go. Dead.
For a rock.
Dead. Rust Rock.
I don't want to alarm you, Master Skywalker, but I don't think the
What do
droids
you
are going to
mean
be
me
doing that.
small? I'm not fucking small.
I think you might be right.
Yes, yeah.
Oh dear.
I'm sensing a disturbance in the Force.
Fright.
I'm gonna stab your ass in a second.
Sorry, I forced a habit.
I'm gonna go to. Ah, shit.
Nice
Well,
one.
I gotta swim now.
Are we swimming? You know?
We
Careful,
straight up
still
swim in it.
water. You should
What?
drink it.
Is this
What do you?
is still
You're
water?
looking at me as
Yeah.
like if you're like asking for
Well,
something.
it's clearly not
what do you want?
sparkling. To be fair, I like my sparkling water.
I demand clanker rights.
Can you imagine a sparkly
Do I look
like?
like I can give you clanker rights?
What happens if you jump on a sparkly water lake tub?
Like,
You'd have a lot of foam.
That's what I'm saying. This guy gets it.
And then
a
what?
ton of foam.
Does it feel good?
That's it. Maybe. it might.
What?
Maybe if you're naked.
What?
Great awareness of the lake. May I
Think about it. The water just surrounds everything, so it probably feels nice.
Okay, I need you to put. I need to go grab a like a bottle of Coke and just put it on your ass and see how it feels like. and then report back. Report back with your
shit right there.
Report back with your findings.
That's
we gotta figure.
Findings.
We gotta figure this one out.
A&E, evidently, but
I guess so.
I guess so. Oh, I'm getting out.
A fighting outfit? You mean that one? Oh,
great
what
heavens.
the? Kevin, why are you like
What
this?
are these avatars, Kevin?
Exclamation mark RTD.
Is this what you guys use? Like for,
sometimes.
It does have a big head.
It does have a mouth.
You are a sniper's
Strawberry.
wet fucking dream.
Come on, say Show Kevin.
Dude,
I
you're
don't
like
think
a
I want to
fucking
show Kevin.
beluga whale. You got a cavity in there, man.
There you go.
Cavity.
Oh wait, we should try
Oh
that.
my
Yeah, now
God.
we have more people. Yeah, let's try that thing again. Let's try that thing again.
Yes.
That's worrying. What thing are we trying?
No.
Do you want something?
I have the
What is
VR
it you want?
gloves. It's gonna be a little bit annoying for me to use this.
Wait, Snowy, before you
Huh?
open that
Do you want
portal,
uppies?
I want to show
Yeah?
you something.
Yeah.
If I remember
Sniffy your fucking nuts, dog!
Oh,
Yeah, yeah! It's okay, that's right.
I get it now.
I think
get it
there's... I think there's something watching this thing.
Are you finding? Are you finding?
Something in the corner watching us, yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah, that was a fucking snipe.
Beer
That was
punching
sick. That was good.
simulator? Yo, let's go.
Rest.
I like everyone just no questions asked. If we go to the sniper world after this, I'm switching off to my index so my index is low so I can kill everyone. Hey, this word was suggested by Voltage, I don't know. So, okay, why does it say start? Do I just punch it?
You can punch the
What the fuck?
Oh, do I have to click start?
Why is this?
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go! What? Oh, punch, okay.
I don't get it.
Nothing's. Oh my.
455. Oh, shit!
You have to, you have to like punch, but oh wait, never mind.
Oh!
Oh, I get it.
Oh, I got a big number for chat. I'm sorry. I'm the way. Yo, I'm leading.
Wait, hold on. Wait, is you gonna punch it like really hard? That's it? Oh, that was a lead.
How the fuck?
Okay.
Dude, I'm always punching hard.
Oh, you gotta like.
I'm always punching hard. Oh my god, I hit my hand.
Does it work?
Nice one.
What am I doing wrong? What the fuck? Hello?
This is
It
sick.
was working before. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, we need to go to a public instance of this world with a deer avatar.
I think that's just asking for trouble.
How does this work? It has like
Kevin
two.
died.
It has like
Look
two
at this number.
things.
Look at this number. I'm 943.
Shit.
I'm him.
Oh, I get it.
So I grabbed the phone. Okay.
What if I just sent him to orbit?
Wait, I'm supposed to.
Oh, I get
see.
it.
Okay.
Holy shit.
I'm him.
I think. All right, let's test this out.
This looks like a shrine. What shrines have you been to, bro? Yeah. What kind of shrines are you going? I love punching these on my shrine.
Oh, wait a second.
You gotta get the power up. Like there? Ah, shit. Oh, that was bad.
Fucking A, mate. Team Rocket's off again.
That fucking sucked.
Goodbye. Oh my god.
I'm gonna try that again.
Yeah, I gotta try again.
How did you end it with that? Dude, he ended it
Yeah,
on
I think I
Muto.
understand.
It's not the Erebus, we just make fun. They like it.
We're making
4?
fun.
How did I get 4? Oh god, that was shit.
Oh, I'm him.
80. Oh, I just went there.
904.
955. Dude, look at the leaderboard. You guys gotta catch up to me. I'm just a deer punching god. Jesus.
Oh my god. I'm catching up though. I'm catching up.
You are. I can't let
Don't
this
be
stand.
greedy.
I can't
Don't
let
be
this stand.
greedy.
Don't be greedy. Buddy, we're having venison for dinner tonight.
Venison.
I just hit a 0. I'm actually F1 killing. GG's. I can't believe it.
I wish we could. I wish we could sit on it. Honestly, on the deer while
That
being
would be
punched.
so nauseating. But I agree.
That would be
Because you're
insane.
missing the best part, the punching
Okay.
bags. You can just punch them. Like, actually, it's sick.
Punching me. Oh shit. Okay, hang on.
I got 6 to 1. Let's
Let's end this trade.
go. 6 to 1. Beat me.
6 to. God damn it.
I don't want to. I don't want to pinch. I don't want
It
to.
up again.
Okay, hold on. 1? How the fuck did I get 1?
Well, that's impressive.
That's actually impressive.
I mean, I got 0 earlier.
Oh, why do I have boobs? I have boobs. I turned on my boobs by accident. There you go.
How'd you do
That
that?
sucked.
You know, you're just walking, and then like, oh shit, my boobs are off. Gotta.
I don't know how those go
Boobs are
there.
off.
My orbs have arrived. Right, if I hit there's a scoreboard for the lowest score. You're at the top of it right now, right now.
Wait, is it as the lowest score?
Yes.
What the fuck?
50.
Wow.
Damn it.
I gotta like balance it, okay? I gotta like. Okay.
Oh fuck.
Do you work? Does it matter how like fast you throw it? Hey,
I have no idea.
I'm
gonna punch with my foot next time. I think I have to kick it. I'm gonna kick it like a football.
Just gotta get like a good thing going on, a good power thing. Ramari! 290. 13.
Sorry, that was my actual alarm. My stopwatch.
I was like, why is someone playing the default Apple alarm?
That's actually just my laundry alarm. I just gotta pick up my laundry. I'm so sorry.
We're punching.
I'm just getting shot.
We're punching deer and seeing who punches them farther away. That's it. Like, thank you for the ride.
Enough.
Thanks for it. Anyways, moving on.
Anyway, punching deer. Alright, hold on. 300?
Come on.
Oh,
Okay,
300?
46
Come
is a little better.
on. Fuck, 61. Okay, this is gonna be good. Though. 684. Oh man. That's wild. I'll punch if you join me.
Oh my god.
Stickers don't fucking stick. That's funny.
Lizard.
I keep grabbing my mirror.
Lizard.
Found as well.
You just like stay
Wait, do the
here.
feet colliders work?
No, I tried.
Oh, no, they don't.
I think kicking is an illegal move in boxing.
It is. No, you're right. It is an illegal
To be
move.
frank, to be quite frank.
Oh, the bags are fun. Ooh, that's satisfying. Can you do the thing? Okay, like low key, the punching bags are really fun. What the fuck, Molten?
Try punching bags, darling. They're dashing. They're dashing. They're dashing. Why isn't this like a tent over there? We're just like flinging deer at someone's tent.
True.
This is so fucking fun. What the fuck?
I do.
824.
On my way.
On my way.
Wait, can I? Alright, come on. No pressure.
Pressure.
No pressure.
God damn it.
No pressure. Oh shit.
Come on. Okay, 848, not bad. My highest is like 905, I think.
Not bad. Okay, why does the leaderboard have 4 of them? I feel like that shouldn't be a thing.
Buenos is just that good.
Yeah, but it should be like the highest. No, there's like 4 of them on the leaderboard.
Might be a tad broken.
Yes. Yes. Do you wanna go punch Violet?
Do what?
Shh, don't run.
Pushing or punching?
No. Shh. You gotta act natural. You gotta go punch Violet.
Hi.
Oh, now they're
What's
kissing.
happening?
God damn it, you cannot. It was supposed to be a good thing.
I don't know what the fuck that was. Okay.
I have a whole plan going on. We're like,
I got scared for a second because I noticed that she slapped me and then you copied and then she kissed me and I'm like, okay, fuck this.
wow.
Fuck this
Okay,
shit.
I see what it is. Okay. Damn.
I'm not gay.
Says you.
Yes.
We found out that
What would
you would be gay by like 500,000, like 500,000. So
Yeah,
there's a price for everything. Okay.
Ooh, fuck. I'm getting, it's close. I'm trying to beat my high score. Why is Billie Eilish on the fuck? What the, the fuck? Okay.
Just accept it.
Sure, why not? Ooh. That was not good. Oh, this is gonna suck.
You're gonna suck. Where's
Wow,
I
I
just
see how it
said
is.
I'm probably going to end now because I just realized it's 1 AM and
It's only 1 AM.
well, I'm sorry, Mr. American person. That's not in my time zone.
I leave work at fucking 2:30 p.m. 2:30.
Says you.
It's like really, really early for me.
I caught one.
Did you actually?
Not my friend.
I found,
Did you grab
I
it?
found one on the floor. I found one on the floor.
Grab what?
Deer. Oh,
Dear.
Oh dear.
Pump it up. Not today. I had like a really big day at work. There was like a work event thing going on. There's some bowling. I am tired. I'm going to fucking commit the eepiness, honestly.
Sorry.
Just aim the camera at Kev. Okay.
Switch to actual avatar.
Okay, stop being gay. Go away. No, shh. Not yet. Oh, there you go. Anyway.
Yeah, Raph.
Shh. Go away. Go away. No. We need Kevin. Alright, chat is saying. Just point at camera eye to you and just AFK leave.
Again?
They just want to look at you. Oh, wait. Can you, like,
Oh my.
put some clothes on?
Kevin, put on clothes. Fuck's sake.
What the fuck?
Give me a second.
Alright, now, wait, hold on. Wait, fucking.
Wait,
Do you need me to do this for you?
There you go.
Oh my god. Jesus.
How dare you?
I have more closeness out than I thought. Why are you getting on your knees?
I'm on my desk. I'm committing
That's,
the raids, okay?
My Slybus was just chilling in my
You
pocket.
never got on your knees before the stream ends? I thought that was like a global thing.
No, never actually.
Right,
Yeah, you have to beg chat, like, please chat, come back tomorrow.
Fortnite lobby impression.
Fortnite lobby.
Right,
post.
anyway, chat, I'm gonna
give me
end
the best
because
Fortnite lobby post.
I commit the tired. Kevin, can you be cute on the camera while I
that's
raid?
I'm punching Diaz.
That's Fortnite ass right there. Go
True, it is. No, it is.
Just be cute on the camera, Kevin. Yeah, there you go. Good job. Thank you. You just need to exist. Okay, who are we raiding? The person who's gonna raid offline.
Ref. Indubitably. The IK doesn't think I can actually physically do this with my legs, but I can. It's fucked up.
Meow meow. No beans today. I mean, you can ask one of them. They want feet for some reason.
Provide your feet.
Provide the feet. Say it like that. Mods provide the feet.
They can have the feet of Joker.
The feet have been provided. More provide. Well, let me find someone I don't know.
Fuck! You still trying to hit that?
Yes.
Of course.
Trying to find a guy
I want to have a great score.
You have a fantastic
score.
You have 4 fantastic
so
scores.
I'm him, bitch.
You are him.
Let's see.
Oh.
VR and Shield. Let's see this one. I'm gonna stalk people's. I'm gonna stalk people's streams.
You're stalking people?
Yeah.
Stalking people, chat. Again.
Okay. Let's not do that. Let's see.
This vexes me.
This vexes me.
This vexes me. My game lags it, put it to 13. I'm gonna cry. Like epic score. It's okay. Yeah, watch this. I'm gonna try and set a new low score.
Potential.
Fucking damn it.
I'm gonna try and set a new low score.
Alright, chat, we're gonna write this random person. Hopefully they're not a piece of shit, you know? But... How did that... Wait, why did that raid command not work? What the fuck?
Sounds.
I just... How did I do a raid without raiding?
What?
What? I did slash raid.
I've done that before. OBS is weird.
Fuck? You're weird.
Mods, help us. Wyron.
Wyron, lock the fuck in.
Mods.
Lock the fuck in. Oh, there we go. Wait, no, it started.
Is Wyron in chat right now?
Mods peg them.
Hi, Molly. Mods peg them.
Mods peg him. What? Peg them, mods.
Mods, peg this guy.
Peg this guy.
Peg this guy right now.
Mods, love this guy.
Don't worry about it.
It's on my way.
Hey, no, not you.
Kevin, you wanna be a mod?
Dad.
What?
Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
This is strange.
Alright, anyway, chat.
It is.
Good night. Strange. Tomorrow, you'll have to lose with no one, because I don't know what the fuck we invite, so whatever, we'll see. Either solo or something I randomly go like, hey.
Sideways.
Or Kira.
Kira's just it just joins and like sits around.
Just like the backup.
I'm sorry, more like it's 1 AM. Maybe one of these Fridays I'll do like a longer stream, but not today. Not today. I am very fucking tired.
Oh. What did you do?
Because I know the first time I tried punching these, I thought I had to do like a quick succession thing. So I smacked one of my thumbs with the controller really fucking hard.
Fuck, the wind's going. No! I got distracted, you assholes.